Okay, just members of the board. So we are live now. We are both live recording and streaming. I will mute until we begin at 10 a.m. But I just wanted to alert everyone.
Hello? We cannot hear anything.
Yeah, it's still muted on the hearing room is still muted.
Okay, thank
It's doing so long and I keep saying I'm gonna do it, and I know.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We are live. We are streaming both on YouTube and to the cloud. Ms. Matias at 10 a.m. You may proceed. It is 10 a.m. You may proceed.
Hold on.
You use wish.
Morning, everyone.
Now is it still having trouble? So what do we want to do?
Ms. Matias, proceed.
Oh, wait, I think Commissioner Sheta has an issue. Do we want to start anyway?
He's here. He's here.
He's here? Okay,
Yeah, but I believe there is an issue with the video. I don't know. Yeah, here we go.
thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Ready? Go ahead, Carla.
You may proceed.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Review Session for November 6, 2024. Please be reminded there is no public testimony during the review session. Commissioner Sheta will be joining us remotely for the record. The first items up are deferrals, 50880BZ, 6220 14th Avenue, Brooklyn. 41687BZ, Volume 3, 547, 551 West 133rd Street. Item number 3 is 2019-256BZ, 1508 Avenue Z. Item number 4 is 2021-26BZ, 12 Cole Street. Item number 5 is 2021-27BZ, 13 LaCour Street. Oops, sorry. Item number 6 is 2021-28BZ, 375 Columbia Street. Postponements, item number 7, 2024-47A, 2315B DeMeyer Street, the Bronx. Decision items, item number 8, 2023-26BZ, 3002 Farragut Road, Brooklyn. Your microphone on?
Sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, so we did receive a secret sign off for this special permit. Please remember this, initially, this was an application that was filed under a BSA variance, and then the applicant was asked to revise it to a special permit. We have the secret sign off regarding that, and an E designation has been placed. Plans have been revised to incorporate the environmental notes related to hazmat and noise. So did everybody have a chance to review? So I want to read out the environmental conditions. The environmental conditions with regards to the E designation, which is for hazmat, is that hazmat assessment shall be coordinated through OER. And the noise condition is that a closed window wall condition with a minimum 31 dBA window wall attenuation on all facades shall be maintained, and an indoor noise level of 45 dBA with an alternate means of ventilation shall be provided, including but not limited to a central AC. In addition to these environmental conditions, I want to make a motion to approve with these following conditions. And the conditions are that no vehicles shall block the curb cuts and sidewalks. All vehicular maneuverability shall be contained within the accessory parking area, and roof shall not be accessible other than for maintenance and emergency purposes. Those are my conditions, if everybody's okay with that. And then I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otley Brown, Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta, Vice Chair Shabeta. I heard him. Oh, his mic was on? Okay, I'm sorry. Application has been granted. Item number 9, administrative corrections, 2017-269BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we need to reopen it.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Okay. We need to reopen it because the plan needed a
Yes.
correction. The revised plan has been submitted, reflecting 20 parking spaces for vehicles awaiting services and pickup within the site. There was an error in the plan that was submitted. Actually, more of an error. It was an inconsistency, and based on that, the correction has been made. So if everybody's okay, we would accept the new plan. Okay,
Motion to close.
motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. And I need to also modify the conditions because that was based on the incorrect plan. So motion to grant with the modified condition the condition being 20 on-site accessory parking spaces will be provided, and these spaces will be shall be used only for vehicles awaiting repair, pickup, and customer parking only.
Chair, motion to approve?
Yeah.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Excuse me, Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Applications granted. New cases, item number 10, 374-71 BZ, volume 3, 20511 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, my note disappeared. We received proof of filing of initial application and hearing notices. Community Board has not held its hearing. Applicant states that Community Board though did hold committee meeting on October 15, the full board meeting, and its recommendation is pending. We did receive this morning a letter from the Arbondale Civic Association. I hope everybody had a chance to review it. According to the letter, this representative states that the showroom building has been demolished, and this was done without any protective fence. So I want the applicant to clarify the update, provide an update on the state of the site. The letter also states that the site, that the side lot that is fronting along Clearview Expressway is being used for delivery of vehicles to customers. That was not part of the original condition of the prior board's grant. So this is an application for a 10-year extension of term for a continued use of an automobiles showroom with open display of new and used cars with accessory customer and employee parking at the subject site that expired in 2021, and an amendment to vertically enlarge the showroom and a waiver of board's rule. According to the documents that's been submitted, it seems DOB has approved the vertical enlargement. It was approved back in 2022. This would allow for a mezzanine portion of, and a ground floor. Yes, Carlo?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I apologize. I want to make sure that it's correct. I don't believe there was an amendment for the building. The building was a pre-existing condition. The action before the board was solely for parking in the residential district, and no amendment has been filed for the building. The only thing being requested is the extension of term and time to permit the parking in the residential district.
Statement needs to be corrected. I think somewhere in the document, that's what I read it. Okay. Thank you for that correction. I don't think prior to the board's, the prior board grants did have some conditions placed which would affect the HVAC that are located on the roof and how that is going to be treated. So I just want to be mindful of that. The proposed enlargement is going to happen. This site is in two zoning districts, C22 with an R32 district, within an R32 district, and a portion of the site along the Clearview Expressway that is in an R32 district. The enlargement is being proposed will be solely within the C22 portion of the site. And this would increase the building height. This would also relocate the mechanical equipment, and the building would still be, that portion of the building still will be compliant with the underlying zoning. That's according to the DOB approved plan. The term had expired in, when did the term expire? In 2021. So though I do know the application, the site has been in continuous operation, the applicant needs to provide some proof of continuous use from the prior term that had expired. The applicant is proposing a 10-year extension of term and And per the DOB approved plan, the total zoning floor area would increase to floor area ratio would increase to 0.6 FAR. The proposed addition includes a mezzanine floor for the office and an addition for customer lounge area on the ground floor. I want the applicant to provide the DOB approved plan of the enlargement for our record. I don't have that. I'm going by applicant's statement. With regards to the compliance chart that has been provided, along with the chart, the applicant needs to provide photos to support that the site is in compliance. Previous plans had a location dedicated for trash enclosure indicated on the proposed plan to comply with prior board condition. Provide proof of the operational plan that is in place for certain conditions, including but not limited to test drives, boulders being in place, and that the boulders will be in place and removed only to remove cars. I'm sorry. And also the operational plan required a site manager, a gate to the parking that will be kept locked during non-business hours, and that this parking area along Clearview Expressway will not be used for storage of any vehicles other than it would be used for customer parking and employee parking. And as I read out some of the comments from the Auburndale Civic Association, it seems that this portion of the lot is not being used solely for customer parking and employee parking. It seems to be used also for storing of vehicles to be sold. On plan sheet 002, removable bollards are shown along the Clearview and Northern Boulevard frontages. That was not part of the prior grant, so please revise it and indicate only fences along those two frontages. Prior plan required a 3-foot high metal fence. And according to the photos, it seems it is there. So I don't see any reason why those need to be removed unless the applicant provided justification. I'm not comfortable with letting so much of porosity being allowed onto this site. All notes from prior approved plans need to be added to the proposed plans. One of the notes regarding acoustical fence is not visible. It is covered by the title label. Provide a detailed elevation of the removable, provide a detailed elevation as it was shown in the prior grant of the removable bollards. With regards to the proposed signage on the front elevation facing Northern Boulevard and Clearview Expressway, based on the plans, it seems they're extending more than the maximum permitted height of 25 feet from the curb level as required per zoning resolution section 32-654. So indicate the maximum height on the plan and add a specific note regarding signage on the plan stating that the BSA is not waiving any of the signage requirements and DOB shall confirm compliance with the underlying zoning regulations. Those are my comments. I do see there are 4 ECB violations and I think they're related to DOB alteration without valid CO and failure to maintaining building masonry facades with cracks. So those are comments, and the applicant can provide an update as to how those are being addressed. As I understand from the Auburndale Civic Association letter, it seems most of the facade has been demolished. So maybe this can be addressed, but the applicant needs to clarify that. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I do want to follow up on that. There's nothing in the statement of facts that says that there was any demolition happening. But if you look at the September Google Maps view, you'll find that the building, it looked in a state of vacancy. So I do believe that more likely than not, something did happen here, but I think that needs to be updated in the statement of facts so we know what we're dealing with as opposed to trying to piece it together. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So actually, when you look in the parking lot, there's a vehicle charging station in there now. And
Yeah.
they don't mention it at all, and it's not on the plans. I think they should address that. Is it just for employee parking? Or is this a vehicle charging station that's open to anybody in the neighborhood? Because if it is, that would explain why the neighbors are complaining. That's partial explanation as to why there might be noise in there and radios going and all sorts of things. So they should address that. It should not be, because it's supposed to be customer and employee parking. It's not like to charge neighborhood vehicles and people could hang out for 2 hours and blast their music while their vehicle charges to 100%.
Right, right. Well, there are ways to address that. And that would be by putting signs, monitoring it. And I would say if you're going to provide a charging station, put it on the street and not within the site for public.
Yeah, so that, I'm not sure if it's for public or maybe it's just for employees, but that's a large investment to just be for employees.
Right, or even for its customers. Which also needs
Right,
to be
well-
clarified because this was not meant to be.
Exactly. And
right.
I can't imagine how you would be able to regulate that to ensure that it's just customer.
Yeah. Yeah, I think better it is to provide it on the street and then let everybody who wants to use it, and rather not worry about a monitoring plan or anything like that. I agree. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. The first comment I have is regarding the violations. The applicant indicated in the statement that there are 4 violations. The 4th one of them is concerning cracks in the facade. I would like them to give us an update on the status of the repair, if any. They said that it's under consideration by the owner, under review by the owner, and I'm not sure what does that mean. Is that it should be under review by somebody who's like a technical, like an engineer, look at it, see what is needed to be done, and just get it done. If it's a crack in the facade and the masonry, and this is a wall bearing building, it might be a safety issue. I'm not sure. But this is the first thing. The second thing, looking at the plans, you can see that there is no section or sections provided for the building. All elevation, just the elevations. So I'm asking them to provide some sections, especially if this building is gonna be like enlarged or altered. It need to be some sections on the plans to help whoever look at the plans to understand what's going on. The third thing is regarding lighting. I haven't seen the locations of any lighting units on the plans. My concern is the the portion of the site that's adjacent to residential. If there are lighting units that's gonna be mounted there, it might be some lighting shedding to the adjacent residential. So they need to clarify that. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. Did we have a community board vote on this?
No,
I didn't see one.
the committee had met, but the community board, full board has not identified a date. And we
Okay.
do not have any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I picked up some typos. The BSA approved wall height listed on the zoning analysis form shows 14 feet. Existing at 28 feet, proposed at 28 feet, and I believe that the approved was at 16 feet and the existing is at 16 feet based on the previously approved plan. So I think the zoning analysis form, just please double check that. The existing and proposed condition drawings don't show, let's see, they only show the proposed. It doesn't show the existing.
Okay.
So, I think it's important to
Yeah, okay. All right.
Provide
Maybe they
that as
should
part
just
of the meeting
change
plan?
the typo, change the title heading, because if if it is built to the previously approved plan, that can serve itself as the existing, and this can be just the proposed. So maybe that would be the simplest way to fix that correction.
Okay,
Unless there were some changes between the previously approved and the existing, that's only the time then they show an existing.
right, because normally we still ask for the existing to be put on a new sheet set and not just rely on the previously approved
I
plans.
think they probably didn't because they're in the process of enlarging at the moment.
Yeah.
So the existing would no longer be the existing,
Okay.
actually, because it's actually
In progress.
under
Right. In this
construction
case,
right
it
now.
wouldn't be, right.
Yeah.
Typically, that is the sequencing that we have generally asked for.
Okay, so I had a question on the enlargement,
Uh-huh.
because that would trigger a few more parking spots. So would that not be an amendment to the parking waiver that was originally granted?
So the applicant states that the enlargement, I mean, this is actually goes to another question, but I'm going to ask that question later on. The enlargement that is being proposed, so the previous building that was a pre-existing non-complying building. So there was no parking requirement of the previous building. Whatever parking requirement would be required would be of this new enlargement. And the applicant is stating that the parking requirement that would be required for this new enlarged portion will end up being less than 15 spaces. And therefore it would be waived by DOB.
Okay,
So based on that, the parking, whatever parking is provided along that clear view would be sufficient.
got it.
I though have a question, and that is, now that I'm hearing from the Google view and other thing that the building has been demolished.
Well, let me
Okay.
show photos.
It's not
'cause I just
demolished.
went-
It was just looked out
The
of,
building's there, but the enlargement is under construction
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
So it's like boarded off and
Here, I've got some photos of the condition as it stands a week ago.
Okay.
So the building's still there. As
Yeah.
Commissioner Ollie Brown's saying.
it just looked, if it's the week before, it just looked, in September, the building looked like it was just in a state of abandon.
Okay. Okay, got it.
And then I have some photos of the parking area,
Okay.
and you can see the charger on the right side of the screen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
So your question regarding enlargement is?
No, you were just starting to say because the building is demolished, so I wanted to just show.
It is not.
Some photos.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. What were you saying? Anything else?
No, I was done. I thought you were gonna say something.
What's the date of those photos? We took those on.
I was there, let's see. October 30th.
Okay, so you're gonna add those to the.
I will
Yeah.
send those I will upload those to the record.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Oops.
Move on.
Yes, please.
Item number 11, 19708 BZ, 341, 349 Troy Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. We do not have anything from the community board. This is an application for a modification of a previously approved variance to permit the construction of a 5-story multifamily residence at the subject site. The modifications would be all interior to the proposed units and the cellar layout. There is no proposed change there are no changes are being proposed to the unit count or to the parking spaces. So at the time of the last grant, which was in 2016, the building initially started with a bulk waiver that granted 34. Then after many iterations of modifications, the last number stands at 26 dwelling units with 35 parking spaces. So the applicant is proposing to modify the unit size, ranging from 1,128 square foot to 3,233 33 square feet. In a floor area to 1,235 square feet to 2,298 square foot due to the changing market condition. The change in the unit layout will be on all floors, and this would be done by relocating floor area from larger units to smaller units. And the proposed modification, as I said, will not change any floor area, building height, lot coverage, and it will continue to provide 26 dwelling units. I have a couple of questions. Applicant in its statement states that due to lesser, larger families, spacious duplex units are, due to lesser number of larger families, spacious duplex units are not needed. And the applicant is proposing to change in the unit type from 2013, which was from 7 2-bedroom units, 10 3-bedroom units, 2 4-bedroom units, 6 4-bedroom units to 8 3-bedroom units, 13 4-bedroom units, and 5 4-bedroom units penthouse. So I'm not sure exactly where the change is happening because I'm mostly seeing, I mean, the previous grant had at least 7 2-bedroom units, and now there are no 2-bedroom units. Instead, we have 3s and 4s and 4 with penthouse, unless I'm reading this whole document incorrectly. The proposed changes would result in more units with more bedrooms than both in 2010 and 2013. So I would just like the applicant to clarify what the intent of this change is, because it's not quite jiving with what the applicant is stating. I think that really was my main question, and that goes to the financing. The applicant did provide a lesser variance with 25 dwelling units, and based on the financial analysis, it shows that it has a return of 3.9% compared to the proposed development, which would have a return of 5.5%. And the applicant state that this return is similar to the original that the original grant had contemplated. Yes, Jala?
Hi, I just wanted to give you a quick update because you mentioned the community board at the beginning of the testimony. The district manager contacted me and said that they will schedule this for November 12th. I think it's the land use committee on November 12th, and they would like to send in a recommendation afterwards. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for following up. I think that I need a just, I'm looking to hear from what Commissioner Otley Brown has to say, because that will determine the minimal. With regards to violation, it seems there is 1 DOB violation for work without permit and 2 ECBs for temporary construction. And the applicant states that all these violations will be resolved upon completion of the project. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I read it I understand the argument that the smaller families, and the request was to lower that the original grant had square footage that ranged between 1,128 square feet to 3,233 square feet. And they wanted to lower that to 1,232 square feet to 2,362 square feet.
I think if that's the case, then if the floor plate remains the same and the number of units are remaining the same and the unit sizes are being reduced, then I'm a little confused is what's happening with the rest of the space. if you're still maintaining same number of units and we're we're just changing the unit sizes.
So if you get rid of all the I was thinking that if there aren't that many duplexes, they got rid of all the duplexes, you could still have that many amount of units, only more of them would be around the size of 2,362 square feet as opposed to 1,000.
Well, that's why I'm a little confused because as I was looking at the unit types from 2013, there are now 5 4-bedroom bedroom units, penthouses, and there are 13 4-bedroom units, whereas the previous grant had 6 4-bedrooms, and then I think these were 6 4-bedrooms, penthouses, and then there were 2 4-bedrooms. So
It's definitely something that the applicant.
I would like the applicant, I actually was trying to create a table myself and I forgot to bring it with me, comparing the floor area and the unit, number of bedrooms and all of that, because it goes back to me is the waiver that was asked, the lot coverage waiver, the setback waivers. If you're reducing the number of if you're keeping the same number of units, and you're reducing the unit sizes, then what's happening with the rest of the footprint? Are we then looking at larger corridors? That's not the case. So that's why I'm a little confused with this application. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. And it may be a more clear tabulated format would help understand that.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I actually poured over the plans of all of the different iterations, and there is no change to the envelope, no change to the lot coverage. And
Right.
they're providing the same amount of parking spaces as the previous, as well as the same number of apartments. I believe what they did is they made some apartments smaller and some apartments larger. I think the financials are fine. I think the only thing I could say in the financials would have to do with the residential condo sales. And this is more of a conversation that is giving them guidance in the future, more so than here, because I really am sympathetic to the applicant in this case, because I feel that they've had a lot of time to build this, and builders will build, just like in basketball, shooters will shoot. So if they haven't built, it's because on some level, whatever they've been proposing in this neighborhood that is undergoing a lot of change has not been considered feasible by the financiers who would give them the loans necessary. So they're trying to find a way to make this as profitable as they can while still maintaining the same envelope. And so that's why I'm sympathetic to them. However, as far as the comparables for residential condo sales, I think I don't know if they're trying to streamline their process or simplify something for whatever reason. I think in the future, when they do give comparables, they do have to separate out the different unit sizes and provide the comparables for each unit size that match up with the unit size in terms of number of bedrooms, size, simplex versus duplex, because that does have an effect on the price. And if you just look at their residential condo sales, which is just 3 and 4-bedroom units just in a pile, and it's not separated out. But when you look at the unadjusted average, for instance, of the 2 apartments that sold in December 2023, they actually differ by $40 a square foot between the 4-bedroom and the 3-bedroom apartment. And that means that when they actually go to the layout of the prices across the different floors, there might be differences in prices for the different sizes that they're not accounting for because they're just bundling it together. Also, they're not talking about how their outdoor space is calculated, especially given the fact that the new proposed has significant outdoor space on the top 2 floors. So they need to show their work there as well and make sure that they're pricing the outdoor space at 50% of the indoor space. That'll give us a more accurate picture of what these apartments are actually going to sell for. However, what they've given us so far is only showing us a return of about 5% a year or 6% a year. So it's not like it's outlandish. So I really don't have a problem with this project and with the changes that they're putting forth. I just want them to clean up their work so that they don't get lazy in the future in cases where these differences might have a greater impact and might be more important.
And so these unit size changes, I have one question. So the units sizes, are they comparable to the neighborhood?
I think what they are probably doing, and I could be wrong, but this neighborhood has got two different demographic groups. There's a large religious Jewish component of Crown Heights, but there's also a component of young people moving in as they're searching for affordability and moving away from the city center where prices are the most expensive. So they're trying to attract two different demographics. They're trying to attract the larger families as well as young people who may be pairing up, like 2-3 people who are, you know, like we need a 3-bedroom because we're just starting out in this world and we can't afford our own apartment, but we'll get a couple of roommates. I think that they feel that there are enough large homes in this area that it's going to take some of the demand for the very large apartments, and that'll be absorbed in the neighborhood by the townhouses, which are very large, and the other types of apartment buildings that are already in existence, and they're trying to now get or attract young people who want to be like 3 people to an apartment. They don't need 2,500 square feet. So that's what I think. I think they're just trying to appeal to as many different people as possible so that this gets built and gets sold and gets occupied. But I agree with you, they should definitely address it, and they should address it in hearing, because it's pretty simple question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have comments on this application. I'm satisfied with it. I just want to confirm my understanding for the submission that, yes, they indicated in the statement that the approved bulk parameters are to be like kept the same, unchanged. The number of parking spaces are still the same. And the only thing is that's happening is they taken floor plate or floor area from some larger units and redistributing that to some smaller units. That's all what's happening. And that's why, according to my understanding, they are asking for the modification of the interior layout of some units. And the number of units, of course, is going to stay the same. That's what I got from the submission. Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There is no change in the proposed floor area. Individual floor plate sizes remain the same, the lot coverage, the number of parking spaces. The only difference is the unit sizes are changing. Yeah. But the total number of unit count also remains the same.
Yes.
Thanks. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I had a similar question to Commissioner Otley Brown. I also don't have any material objections to this case, but I was curious about how the balcony or terraces were calculated in the comps and the assumed sales prices, because the lesser variance could have had more balconies added to it in a consistent fashion to the proposal, but in the numbers, it didn't seem to make a difference. So I don't think it makes, again, a material difference in the analysis of what's minimal, but if the financial analyst could just talk a bit about how the outdoor space is being calculated, because I think in the past we have wanted to see some adjustment for the premium associated. Also, the plans show the elevator stopping at the roof, the main roof, or the uppermost roof. So is there a roof terrace up there? Are those private terraces? Does that also impact the sales prices? And also just to clarify that on the plans. That's all I had.
So is the roof to be used for public community?
What is the
space?
use? Because the
Yeah.
elevator, usually you don't pay for the stop unless you're expecting to get some money out of it.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Next case, please.
Item number 12, 2018-95 BZ, Volume 2, 120 Avenue M, Brooklyn.
Okay, so we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. We do not have a community board vote on this. This is an application for an amendment of a previously approved bulk variance to develop an educational institution and an ambulatory care facility at the subject site that expired in September of 2023, and an extension of time to complete construction and waiver of board's rule. Um, I'm just looking at so in 2019, BSA approved a bulk variance for the conversion and enlargement of a 3-story nonprofit educational institution. And there were some conditions associated with it. A TCO was issued in 2015. I have a general comment about the plan, and that is that the line weight is very, very light. It needs to be bolder. It was very difficult to read it on the screen. And I think the details may not come through if it were to be copied or anything. So please do make it better and legible. With regards to the proposed, the applicant is proposing to modify the bulk. The use intended for the site remains the same. The applicant states that in 2015, a conversion from a commercial to a community facility use project was abandoned, and the structure is beginning to deteriorate. And the center has started to repair and replace the prior construction that are deteriorating. So this application is to modify the bulk variance. The proposed modification is within the maximum limit of 2019 BSA conditions. However, it is not clear from the document the correlation of the structural conditions and the modification. And I would say the TCO for the initial conversion was issued in 2015. And board approved the variance for this bulk modification in 2019. So, I don't know, was the site abandoned prior to the BSA grant? That's just a question I have. With regards to, in addition to modifying the bulk, the applicant is proposing to modify the interior layout to provide more coordinated and comprehensive care at the center. And this would require an addition of a cellar level for mechanical and storage. The approved plan consisted of only 3 floors above grade, and the proposed plan would have a partial cellar floor of about 83 square feet. I want the applicant to provide a comparison chart of various space needs within the original, with the original and the proposed. It will be easier to compare. The narrative is there, but I think it would be easier to do it through a tabulated format. In the absence of a statement of I think it will be easier to compare in the absence of the statement of findings from the original grant. I also want the applicant to clarify the location of the mechanical and the storage in the original grant, because based on the proposed plan, in addition to the proposed storage area in the cellar, additional storage rooms are also proposed on the upper floors. So it seems there is more number of storage spaces that is being considered in this modification than was considered in the prior one. As part of the 2019 grant, I recall that board wanted a drop-off and a pickup area to be contained within the site. It was going to be achieved by dropping students off at the rear, where students would enter the building to take the elevator to the upper floors. The revised plan does not provide any access from this rear yard where the students are going to be dropped off. I'm assuming that still is there, because that was not clarified in the programmatic statement documents, and how that is going to be accommodated on the side, because I did not see a door from the rear letting students into the building. In the initial plan, the gym And the PT and OT spaces were going to be located on different floors compared to the proposed where both uses will be located on the second floor and will provide similar operation. And I think this was also discussed at the previous hearings. So I want the applicant to clarify if these two spaces will be operating simultaneously and therefore there's a need for two separate spaces. With regards to an increase in the elevator bulkhead, the applicant is proposing to use traction elevator rather than mechanical room lift. And the traction elevator requires a larger bulkhead. And the proposed bulkhead is going to be 27 foot high from the top of the roof. Applicant needs to provide a streetscape, a perspective of the proposed building with the bulkhead from the street frontages, especially along from Fifth Avenue and Avenue M. I also want the applicant to clarify why it needs to change to a traction elevator and not any other alternative, because this is a significant increase in bulkhead. And it goes to the neighborhood character. I don't know. Yeah, maybe if it's the programmatic need that is dictating it, that also needs to be responded to, but it's not clear for any of the statements that's been provided. Speaking of neighborhood character, the other change is in the change in the facade material. In the original grant, a combination of brick and stone was proposed to the facade. The applicant is proposing to maintain a brick facade at the first floor and a stucco finish on the second and third floors. Board had asked the applicant to revise the facade design to incorporate a variety of masonry treatment without a living wall to break up the massing of this 200-foot long wall. So I want the applicant to provide more detailed rendering of the proposed facade treatment. While a combination of a brick and stucco can be used, it is a question of how that will break this massive, the 200-foot wall frontage. So the applicant is seeking an extension of time to complete construction. Applicant is requesting a 4-year period to complete this construction. There are 4 open DOB violations, 1 ECB violation. DOB is related to benchmarking. ECB is related to work that has been done, does not conform with the approved documents and amendments. And I guess the proposed modification is the reason to address some of these ECB violations. I think overall, the modification is reasonable, but I do need to see the justification for the programmatic need a little bit more clearly laid out, because I know the prior board did go over with a lot of fine-tooth detailing of why certain spaces had to be located on certain floors and the location of the drop-off area in the rear. And so the applicant needs to provide more clarification and specifically the neighborhood character. And for me to be absolutely sure about that, this is minimal. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I support this application, although I do agree with your comments on the elevator and how that even though they state that it's going to be set in the middle of the roof, so the bulkhead would be located in the center of the roof, and that would propose a greater setback from all sides. I do agree that this is something that we should probably get a visual of, and I have nothing further to add.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to back up their statement with evidence and graphics to justify it for us to understand the nature of the change that has been proposed. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I only have one additional question to your questions, and that has to do with their timeline. Their timeline is showing a total of 30 months, yet they want an additional 18 months which amounts to 4 years extension, and they should just address why they need an extra 18 months.
I can only think of one, and that is this being a space for school and for ambulatory care for special needs. There might be many other requirements and need that they have to meet the standards. So that's probably why, but you're absolutely right. The applicant should make that
I
clarification.
mean, maybe it should be reflected then in the timeline. You know, if they do need like an additional 6 months for approvals, that should be in the timeline.
Agree, yeah. Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I request a full-size cellar and a full-size roof plan. Right now, we're only able to see the egress diagrams, and the roof. They're both important. It looks like I think per the statement of facts, the elevator goes down to the cellar, but there is no program space down there. So if you could clarify if that's actually the case, and if you need the elevator stop down in the cellar. The timeline questions I had are already been made, so I have nothing further.
okay.
Item number 13, 15603 BZ and 12715 BZ, 13535 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
All right, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board will be scheduling a hearing on this application tomorrow. Today's 6th, right? So tomorrow, and a public hearing and a vote on December 9th. So this is an application for an amendment to a previously approved bulk variance and a special permit to convert a designated interior landmark, RKO Keith Theater, and enlarge to develop a mixed-use residential development. Applicant is also seeking a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy and waiver of board's rule. As most of the board members here would recall that we have had a couple of iterations of this reviewed with different layouts, especially for the office space. So the applicant is proposing something different. So we have received a compliance chart. Most of the prior board conditions have not been completed and can't be until it's developed, as we know. Applicant is proposing to build a 17-story mixed-use building containing, which would reach a maximum height of 217 feet to the building's parapet, containing 275 dwelling units with 238 parking spaces. Sorry. The previous approval was for a 16-story, I think it was the 2005 was for a 17-story building. And yeah, and then there was yeah. So the historic RKO, and based on this revised plan, the RKO Keith Theater, which is an interior designated landmark, will be converted into a high-end restaurant, and that will also provide access to the interior landmark space for public, which is, I think, wonderful, rather than becoming completely privatized. The proposed enlargement does not comply with the applicable zoning regulations or the plans approved in connection with the variance and the special permit. So it requires a waiver of the total floor area, number of residential floors, number of dwelling units, exceeding the maximum permitted, rear yard, open space ratio, building heights located in the airport approachway, and the commercial use on the second floor, which is the rest portion of a restaurant is above the porte cochere, and therefore, and also the required residential parking requirement. The FAR increase would be from 7.4 FAR to 7.99, of which the residential FAR would increase from 6.7 to 7.26 FAR. There is a reduction in the open space from 4.86% to 3.38%. And the building height would be as 217 feet. Based on the prior board's grant, I think the board had approved 269 units and the proposal will have 275 units. And the applicant is proposing 238 parking spaces. Required parking spaces would be 325. And the prior grant had provided 80 less than the required, and the proposed will provide 67 less than required. So first of all, let me just go through the plans. Please orient all the plans consistently, north, whichever way, if the north is facing up, please make sure all the plans are laid out accordingly. Unit layout, unit 3G can't have a legal 2-bedroom since one of the bedrooms do not have legal light and air. Also verify that the units in the interior corner, like units 3M, NO, and 3JK lines, meet the minimum spacing requirement between windows and wall and window to wall distances. So with regards to the amendment to the special permit for being located within the airport accessway, the proposed development will exceed the height limit. The aeronautical study that has been provided states that the calculation of allowable height based on 34:1 approach surface slope and the FAA published elevation of runway 31 yields an allowable height of 27.86 feet. And the study concludes that the proposed development does not exceed that runway approach, and the maximum allowable height range for the 34:1 approach is 217 feet to 224 feet. So the aeronautical study also notes that there are existing penetration to the 34:1 ratio approach surface. So obstruction, marking, and lighting typically offer sufficient mitigation for this penetration to this surface. I would say the board has, over the years, has approved many such buildings in the area. I though would like the applicant to provide diagram that shows all these other buildings that's been approved that are within that approachway. The aeronautical study concludes that the proposed development may be constructed within the circling district. And the applicant has provided an FAA determination of no hazard to air navigation dated 10/29/2024 for 4 building points. And the applicant also stated that the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey will not review the revised determination until they have been made final, and the final determination will be on or about December 8, 2024. So based on the proposed amendment, the height of the building above the bulkhead is below 217 feet ASML. Though from the elevation and the sections, it is not clear if the top of the light is within that maximum permitted height. Typically, in these cases, applicant provides a little bit of a close-up detail of that bulkhead and the light above it. So our project manager can provide a sample. So provide that sample indicating that the light, the top of the light will also be below this 217-foot ASML. Now, moving on to the variance modification. For this, the applicant, the related findings would be B, C, and E that the applicant needs to justify. Board had long recognized the hardship associated with the site, the cost associated with the protection of the interior landmark, as well as the combination of its location on the site and the site's limited frontage, and also finding D. So, the applicant states that the proposed amendment to the variance and the special permit are necessary because the building approved pursuant to the prior approval is not financially viable in light of the premium construction cost associated with the long-established hardship, especially the cost associated with the restoration of and construction around the interior landmark on the site. I think the applicant needs to provide more documentation and more detailed narrative to back up this statement. With regards to financing, I have to say I was a little confused with the submission. We received a very recent submission where the applicant states that a 4.61% return would be made on the approved drawing, approved building. And that is well below the level necessary to justify an investment. Now, in the initial financing, the applicant said that the approved development would have a 4.61 return, and it would take 48 months to develop, and it would need 48 months to develop and a sales period. Whereas for the proposed, the applicant is seeking would get a return of 6.2%. With a 63 months to develop and sales period. So I just would like to get a clarification as to these broad differences in the sales period for the proposed and the approved. And if the sales period for the approved is so less, wouldn't that make it more financially viable? That's one very basic question I have. I would like the applicant to clarify what was the return that was estimated at the time of the grant. With regards to the neighborhood character, the proposed building shape above the historic base changes from a previously approved I-shaped to an H-shaped. The proposed development will provide a facade that is evocative of the historic theater. This allows the building massing to set back from Northern Boulevard and allows for two open spaces that would be fronting on two street frontages, one along Northern Boulevard and the other one facing 35th Avenue. So the combination of the orientation and the proposed scale of the building in relation to the base does create a balance. I do have questions, and that is, will the glass tint for the residential building be different from the glass panel that is being proposed in the landmark portion? The reason I'm saying so is because that the blue tint that is being used for the tower portion, I think separates it from the base, and it does not overpower the base building. And it does create a differentiation between the base and the tower portion. And this makes also the tower portion appear like a separate building. I have a question as to if LPC is going to review the building and if we have received any comments from LPC. I also want the applicant to provide renderings of the development from all four sites, indicate the material that is being proposed along all four facades. Will the east and the west facade be a solid wall construction? I think the east and the west facade are very long. They're over 200-foot long. And since it is not clear from the plan set, if I would like the applicant to consider providing a mix of non-operable windows on these facades with solid wall that can be placed randomly to allow for a more playful facade. And I also think this would actually liven up the facade because you will see the corridor lights in the evening. It would be visible, making it a lively facade rather than a very solid monolith of a facade. Applicant has provided an open space ratio study. I think it is safe to say that in this area, there's a mix of buildings, and the open space ratio that has been proposed, while it is reduced, it is in line, and given the uniqueness of this site, I think, and the layout of this building, I think this is a reasonable reduction. With regards to the additional height waiver, applicant needs to provide a building height study in the area. It will also be helpful, as I said, with regards to the special permit. So I think minimal can be achieved, but a lot of it relies on the financing. And there are open violations, but I think those are mostly related to energy. And the other one is from 1987, interestingly. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything you said. I have nothing to add to this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I'm actually quite sympathetic to this applicant because I feel that the conditions that the Landmarks Preservation Commission put on this site in terms of the hand removal of the lobby ceiling and posts and storage in climate controlled area off-site was very onerous and made it so that it was practically impossible for this applicant to actually get financing, get started and complete the project. The project has actually been around longer than I have been here. So
Yeah.
that's saying a lot. That being said, when asking for an amendment to a variance, you need to tell us two things in terms of B and E finding. Why is what we have previously granted you not enough? And what you are asking for, is it truly the minimum variance? And so the financials have to be constructed in a way that provides a comparison for us. It has to provide us what the previously approved variance was, and why isn't that enough? The way in which you do that is you take the previously approved variance and you give us an analysis based on the numbers today. And then show us that if this project had to be built as it was approved today, it would not be a feasible project. However, what we're promoting right now, the current proposal, if we are to build that today, that is not only feasible, but it is also the minimum variance needed. We got an initial financial that provided no comparison for us. It just provided us the proposal that's on the table now and showed us a return that would be $90 million and 6% a year over 5 years. And didn't tell us what we can compare it to, which was the previous proposal. They then gave us an additional financial letter, and that additional financial letter had the previously approved development that was approved most recently, I think in 2015, but based on 2005 assumptions. That doesn't tell us anything. So they need to go back to the drawing board and do that previously approved proposal based on the same 2024 assumptions that are used for the current proposal so that we have something to base it on.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, when they do that, they need to pay attention to their stacking plan regarding the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, because I really don't believe that the 1 bedroom apartments on the same floor as the 3 bedroom apartments would actually be more highly priced than the 3 bedroom apartments. So it appears as if, in terms of price per square foot, the 1 bedroom apartments are actually more expensive. So they need to pay attention to that. And not only that, they need to pay attention to how their outdoor space is valued, and they need to show us the work for that. Other than that, I don't have any other questions regarding their assumptions. I think they're pretty sound. But we are looking at a very large dollar amount in terms of overall return. And so we need some more information that will let us know as a board that we are not granting them a windfall here.
Okay. Actually, yeah. Okay. I agree with you. I think that was my confusion. I was trying to understand the latest submission and what this was with in regards to, so that makes.
I think they misunderstood the question in the notice of comments.
Okay. And need to provide the open space. And did they provide parking comps also? All that is okay?
They did. They provided parking comps. They provided a breakdown between the residential monthly parking versus the commercial parking. They told us how many spots of the commercial parking and for how many hours per day they expected it to be occupied. So they gave us all of that information.
Okay.
So I was pleased with that.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I had a chance to work on the variance that was like presented to us back in 2020 and then was withdrawn. And during that time, during the pandemic, actually, I had a chance to go to the site and look at the site. I would say this is one of the very complicated construction sites I've been through. I had some conversations and I did look at some work that was going on back then in 2020, I believe. My first comment on this application is regarding parking. I've noticed that the parking they are requesting the parking to go down from 275 in approved in 2015 to be amended to 236 in the current proposal. And like looking at that residential floor area and the number of units, I can see that these two parameters are increasing. So I'm not sure what is the basis for a parking reduction while the size of the use itself is going up. So I'd like them to clarify that to me. The second thing, and this is a very minor comment, that there is a PDF file called topographic survey. I opened that file, I looked at it, and it's not a topographic survey. Actually, it's even in the title box, it says it's an FAA point survey, and it's not a topographic map or survey. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Regarding the financials, while on site back in 2020, I did look at some work that was done in the rear, and I was informed that some existing foundation elements were planned to be reused. That I'm not sure if this was taken into consideration in that 2015 financials. I wasn't on the board in 2015, but I don't believe it was done so. So if the plan is still to reuse, not use, reuse existing foundation elements from previous structure, such as mat foundation and piles, if this is the case, we need them to shed some light on how that would impact the financials. If not, we need to get a letter from their engineer, indicating that this is no longer the plan. That's all what I have on this application. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Could I just ask one question?
Sure.
Were you looking at a proposal that never came before the board, or?
They never submitted to us a document or a drawing that's saying they're gonna be reusing foundation elements in the rear. But during my site visit, and it was actually at that time I went to the site was totally vacant. The only person was there to make it clear was a site safety manager, according to what they told us on the hearing back in 2020. And I had a conversation with him, and I inquired about some excavations and some work in the rear, and he said they are preparing some existing foundation elements, and he clarified some mat foundation, and some existing piles to be reused. And I left it there. And then during the conversations and discussions on the 2020 proposal, which again was withdrawn back then, I stopped it there. I didn't go further on it. What I'm saying, it's that simple. If this is the plan, let us know. Tell us what is the impact on the financials. If it's not, then it's done deal. Just get us a letter saying that we're not planning on using any existing foundation elements. That simple. Thank you.
So I'm going to say two things. One is that this was an application that that was withdrawn. So we never took any action on it, the 2021. So what really stands is the 2015. And what may have transpired in the conversation between the site safety manager for an application that was never prosecuted should not be really factored in. It really should be, the baseline should be 2015 and 2015 to current.
I can rephrase my point as follows. Are there any changes to the 2015 proposal when it comes to reuse of existing foundation elements? That simple question. If the answer is yes, what is the impact? If the answer is no, then no.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. Just to add to what your comments were, Chair, I believe applicant stated Landmark's application for an updated certificate of appropriateness is pending and their site visit was to be scheduled this month, which I think they were trying to coordinate with us.
Right.
So I
right.
believe
Oh,
that's
right.
pending. Also, I'm going to say this as a personal comment about, generally, I'm not a fan of using randomization on facades for the sake of it. That's a personal comment to counter what the chair was suggesting. I do appreciate your comment about providing renderings or visualizations of the east and west facades and providing some effort to break down the massiveness. But just as a specific tool,
That's
I'm gonna say
fine.
not specifically, it doesn't have to be randomization.
That's fine. I
Okay.
think what I do want is instead of it being a solid wall of opaque glass or solid wall of concrete, it being glass that that allows for some live activities that is happening within the building. And since it's a corridor and not a private space, having that corridor light lit in the evening and seeing that can be a very playful way to liven up that facade. And that's why I'm suggesting how you lay out those, the combination of the windows and other things. That's my personal thing because it kind of, it's like lights flickering randomly. That's kind of why I said it the way I did. But it's really to liven up that facade using simple tools.
Right.
And using what's happening in the building without you having to do too much on that facade. Commissioner Shetta, you have your hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my point. I thought I caused some confusion. Based on the metrics and the scale of the financials and that the numbers in the financials of submitted to us in this application, I don't believe even if there is some reuse for existing foundation elements, I don't think this is gonna impact the conclusion on the financials from back in 2015. The only reason I'm raising this is because this board have discussed such point back in 2020. It's the same site. So for the sake of like transparency, I'm just willing that they tell us if they are planning that to reuse an existing foundation element, what is the extent of that and what is the impact of that. I'm satisfied with this application again. I know that this is probably it's one of the most complicated sites I ever see. I never seen scaffolding and like an existing demolition complicated like when I went to this job site. But again, I raised it because we put in the record back in 2020 and I didn't want to miss it. Thank you.
It's in the record, 2020, because it
No.
didn't come before us. That's
Right.
the only thing is that
It was not. in the
that's my
record.
only statement is you got to be clear. It's not in the record. People are going to be looking for the record. There is no record because they
It's
did
based
not
on,
put that
it's
before us.
really based on your conversation with the site safety. There's nothing in the record that states that. So I am going to be very careful about how this is going to be carried out in the document throughout.
I had a couple more things, sorry.
Go ahead.
If the applicant could provide some narrative description of the proposed community facility and retail uses, just so it's easier to understand the plans because they are complicated. I see ambulatory health facility and department store in the zoning analysis, so some description to go along with that. And then I've been looking at a lot of elevators or making a lot of elevator comments, but some of these don't seem to, or I don't understand how they're functioning. The community facility elevators don't open onto the second floor, or at least only one of them does. The restaurant probably needs an elevator to the second floor. Just looking at how these spaces flow and how they're going to work and how they're kind of all Tetris in together, I haven't been able to fully make sense of it. So if you could provide some clarification on the circulation between all of those spaces. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on.
Let's move on.
Item number 14, 785 BZ, 97-38 99th Street, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board did provide a letter of support for this application. This is an application to reopen and amend the last resolution, extension of term of a variance for an enclosed contractor's establishment, which expired in 2002, I'm sorry, and waiver of board's rule for continued use on the subject site. So the application did receive a variance back in 87. There was an extension of term that was granted in 1989. We have a CO issued in 1995, and that's that. So the applicant needs to provide a proof of continuous use since January of 2002. A compliance chart has been provided. Applicant needs to provide interior site condition, especially the rear wall and the fence adjacent to the residential building. Those were part of the conditions of prior grants. With regards to the operation, the applicant is, so there is a parking area, and a part of the parking area is covered. The applicant is saying that that structure will be removed once the board has granted this approval. The letter that we received from the operator states that the existing hours of operation is Mondays through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The approved hours of operation was till 5 p.m. Mondays through Saturdays. So if you're proposing a 6 p.m., it would be an amendment. Please clarify at the hearing. With regards to the signage, though the statement of facts states and the plans show no proposed signage, there is a banner hanging on the gate as per the photos that's been submitted. So the banner needs to be removed, or if you want to keep the banner, you need to include it in the plan and revise the plan. And this would be an amendment to the plan because the prior approved plan permitted up to a really small sign. It was like barely 2 square feet kind of thing. So at present, the roof is built on top of the portion of the parking garage. Owner is proposing to remove it and reduce the perimeter wall height to 8 foot with a roll-up gate for security. So the proposed plan set still shows the existing condition of the roof in the elevation and section of the portion of the covered parking area. So applicant needs to revise the plan, provide a section and elevation, including the material and the height of the proposed changes to the that is being made. The applicant also is requesting to make this condition, as I said, a part of the board's grant and will apply for necessary permit. There is one open ECB violation. I would like the applicant to clarify what is the nature and the status of this violation. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly note that I believe that they did satisfy their continuous use. Yeah, because they showed that there was a banner in 2018, but Urban Architects did a study which showed that a DOB inspection was conducted 2 months later, and it found the commercial occupancy was consistent with the CO. And then again, in June 2019, an inspection was confirmed showing the commercial use was ongoing. So Urban Architects.
But
There are gaps.
There are a
loads
lot of gaps.
that are previous to that. If you
Yeah.
look back, it's got approved continuous use from January 2002 until the present. And so you have gaps, like from 1995, they put something in even though that isn't necessary. And then they have Sanborn maps, but Sanborn maps just show a contractor's store and show a building and a yard, but don't really speak to whether or not it's occupied, just
Right.
what the use was approved as that they observe. Then your first, first notation of it being an active use is in 2005 with the Coles, the city directory entry under Coles, and then you have a gap after that that goes to 2007. So that's a 2-year gap. Then you have a gap that goes to 2007 to 2010. Then you have another gap from 2011 to 2014. And then you have a gap from 2014 to 2017. Then you have Google Street View that shows a vacant site in 2018 and 2022, but you have, so there's like a lot of things going on here, but there are gaps. You do have a lease from 2021 to 2022, but Department of Buildings doesn't accept a lease as a proof of active use because they say it's just showing intent to use, but it doesn't actually follow through. So I actually have a suggestion for how they could close the gap.
I'd like to hear it.
Well, they're pulling from city directory. City directory is pulling from Coles. Go to the Coles directories and the Ready Books, and those are year by year. And you can actually get the active phone numbers that were used if they had a registered phone number that was in use at the time. And they might be able to fill all those gaps in just by that.
And would you accept payment on that lease? There are checks made pursuant to the lease. Would you accept that as continued use? Because
No, because you are contractually obligated to pay your lease whether you're actually using it or not.
I do appreciate that statement. I don't know if I entirely agree with if someone's paying for something. I'm assuming, I think there's a.
Well,
presumption
I
that-
think the board has been very consistent. Yeah.
It's been consistently held that a right to use property does not demonstrate actual use.
The board has been very, very
I
consistent.
can,
We
I
have,
could disagree with it.
But it
we,
doesn't change the
It won't,
board's.
it won't change the
standard. You know,
entire,
we-
right.
The philosophical conversation for later.
Standard, it's also oath and DOB standard as
DOB.
well. It's codified in DOB, PPPN or executive order in
Which
DOB.
I don't necessarily believe that would,
let's, put that-
There is a hierarchy of evidence which can demonstrate, and a lease is one of the lower forms of evidence.
Utility bills actually rate higher.
Higher than a-
Utility
Yeah.
bills
Yeah.
that show use.
yeah, inspections.
Water bills that show actual use of
Usage.
water at site.
I have nothing further. Are you also complete?
Yeah, that was my only question is, can you fill in the gaps?
Okay,
Commissioner
Commissioner Otley Brown, do you have anything? That was
my
your only
Can you
question?
fill in the gaps?
Okay, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with your comments. I have nothing further.
And I want to ask, how do the commissioners feel about the applicant wanting to make the change to the structure, roof structure after the board grant as part of the conditions?
So I thought about this. I thought at first maybe you wouldn't need a permit, but looking at the photos, it does seem like this would necessitate a DOB permit, which would be difficult to obtain given that they don't have an active C of O. So I'm not sure how we get around it. I may be
Okay.
wrong. I mean, that's where I landed in my own analysis.
I think that's good to know because you have the experience. Okay, thank you. All right,
Appeals calendar, new cases, item number 15, 2022, 7BZY, volume 2, 3875 11th Street, Queens.
okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice, community board. So this was an interesting one. So the community board had the first vote was to recommend a 2 years extension. It was defeated by 2 in favor, 37 in opposition. Then there was a conditional approval that was floored. And that was that the hotel will will never be converted to a housing shelter. And that conditional approval was voted accordingly. 5 in approval, 32 opposed, and 0 abstention. So based on the 2, it seems it's a conditional approval that won, though from the count, it seems even that was not approved. So I just want to lay it out very clearly as to how the community board voted and what we are relying on. So this is an application where the applicant is seeking a 2-year extension of time pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-332 to complete construction to for an 11-story transient hotel located in an M1 district. And the permit has lapsed. It lapsed on December 20th, 2018. The board had granted a 2 years extension pursuant to ZR 11-332 in December 2022, which expired on December 20, 2023. So this is the second go around at 11-332, a statutory vesting for a 2 years extension for the to reconstruct this hotel. So pursuant to zoning resolution 11-332, findings related to substantial compliance, completion and expenditure needs to be made. And since the grant of the initial extension of time in December 2022, applicant states that no additional funds have been expended and no additional construction has been undertaken. We received a letter from the owner's real estate consultant stating the reason for the delay and the financial status. And this is all because of the lack of availability of any funding. Lenders have withdrawn the funding from the hotel. And that is why there's been no construction and no money has been expended since 2022. However, the developer feels confident to be able to raise funds to complete the construction before the end of 2024, as they were able to obtain financing for another project. I think the applicant needs to provide a little bit more narrative to justify 11-332A. There are significant number of open DOB and ECB violations, and many of them, and I went to the site, there are many of them related to site safety. The building is not it's not very sealed. It's not sealed up, so it is very porous. People can go in, and there's a lot of garbage that is lying within the fenced area. Boarded up area. It's not fence, it's a boarded up building. So it does raise safety issues and other concerns. I think we have to take these 2 applications separately, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Vice Chair Shivata.
Nothing further.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have a clarifying question in terms of substantial work completed by 12/20/2021. The pictures that they've submitted to us show 5 stories of superstructure completed. Was that included in the statement of work completed by the amendment date? That's my first question. And also, they say that 18.6 million out of 23 million was actually spent. However, the hard and soft costs amount to 5 million. So can they clarify whether or not the other costs making up the total spent by the amendment date, is it the property purchase price? So that's my other question, because the property purchase price was $13.6 million. And I think that roughly adds up to the 18.6 million, but
Mm.
they don't really state that. So those are my two questions.
But acquisition costs, we don't.
Right, that's
the thing. Yeah,
The
we
reason
don't
why
do
I'm asking
acquisition
for the
cost.
clarification, because then it comes down to, I guess, about $5 million. Still a sizable amount, but it just changes what we're gonna put in any resolution.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comment regarding the financing. I'm not sure what is the relation between obtaining financing for another building and the subject building. I believe they owe us some explanations on like a roadmap on how to obtain financing for the subject building, not another building. Especially, they indicated that since the grant in 2022, nothing was done on site. So this is my main issue with this application. Thank you.
Well, it's a finding related to substantial construction cost and if there has been no financing in place since the last grant, there has been nothing expended to it. So it really actually speaks to the next case, the question of
does.
abandonment.
No, my point is not related to that nothing was done since 2022. My point is the reasoning that they obtained financing for another building. This is for me the weird thing. If I understand if they have started communications with a financing institution or so to obtain financing for the subject building, that would be related to the topic. But if another building, I'm not sure.
The actual, what's in the statute itself limits what we're supposed to review with regard to this particular application, not so much with regard to the next application on the common law vesting, where there a timeline and financing will be more of something that
Yeah.
we can give
Right.
deference or we have to address.
I think.
It says pretty specifically, the board shall find that substantial construction has been completed and substantial expenditures made subsequent to the granting of the permit for work required by any applicable law for use of development of the property.
Yeah, I think my question is that there really has no expenditure been made since the last grant. However, we do acknowledge that there was expenditure that was made
From the prior.
And I think, if I recall, there was one case where we had accepted that as part of.
Generally, we do accept it because the statute is specific that it's expenditures made prior to the zoning change, not prior
that
to
is true.
any extension
Yeah.
of time that's granted.
It is.
So you always go back to
Go
that.
back to
zoning.
the original grant.
If we ask for, it, we just want additional information, just we're curious, has anything else been done? But you're going back to the change date of the zoning.
Yeah, I think
And it's
all of
only-
these questions I have is really leading up to the next. No, we have to go through Commissioner Yoon.
Nothing further from me.
Okay.
You made it easy.
Item number 16, 2024-46A, 3875 11th Street, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. It's for the same subject case that we were discussing a moment ago. And the applicant has filed an application for a common law vesting to complete construction for this 11-story building. The applicant needs to clearly state in its common law that it has, we have now before us a statutory vesting application, which is for 2 years, whereas a common law vesting application also is there. An application needs to clarify because the statutory, they're saying they need 2 years to complete construction, whereas common law can grant you a longer period. So the applicant needs to clarify that as to why even we are reviewing the statutory when common law may be a better way to go about it if they meet the findings of the common law. And and as part of that, the test is the Putnam Armonk versus Town of Southeast. And typically we look at the three prongs of that, and which is substantial construction, substantial expenditure, and the absence of vesting of relief, the owner shall suffer serious loss. I'll jump straight to I think the 1 and 2, based on the discussion, we kind of know where it is. With regards to the substantial loss, again, as I kept saying, it's leading up to this. It's given that there has been no construction that's happened since the grant, statutory grant from 2022. There's no money in place. There is a wish and a hope of money that would come in. How do we know that this property has not been abandoned? And how do we prove that? And also that there are so many ECB, DOB violations. Those have not been corrected. Those have remained as is. How do we ensure those are also not helping me feel comfortable about answering the question about abandonment? So that's really where I fall on this one. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I believe that I believe ultimately that they, in my opinion, will meet common law vesting. But they really haven't, and one of the problems is they have an inability to give me any actual timeline as to when they can complete, if it can be completed. And I think they need to clean up the C portion of the C finding, and so that we can have an understanding of how this is going to move forward.
What do you mean by C finding?
You mean the
That's-
You
serious
mean
loss?
the serious loss?
Is whether or not, if you're not going to get financing, it's not us that's not going to give you serious loss. Don't, in any event, that's all I have on
I
this.
would reword that differently.
I'd probably word that differently. but-
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I have questions about serious loss. They say that the cost to redesign or cost to apply for a hotel special permit would be cost prohibitive, but that's not really the way you answer a serious loss question. The question is, what have you invested or expended that cannot be reused and must be demolished or changed? That's the loss. Then also, another thing that could be considered loss, architecture and engineering fees on a project that has to be demolished. All of the money spent to actually design it and implement it, that's a loss. The cost to then rebuild is not a loss because you're rebuilding from the ground up. So you have to be clear as to what qualifies for a loss. They can talk about the delta between hotel income and an as of right office income, and that income differential that they'll be missing, that's a loss. But a question of whether or not they or we think it's feasible or not feasible, I don't know if that comes under loss. So that's where I am in terms of giving them directions. They need to give us more specific information.
And as to serious loss under Putnam, they can also address abandonment to the extent that they have not abandoned this project.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe it, I'm okay with A and B, substantial construction and substantial expenses. I believe for C, after what Commissioner Brown just indicated, it should be an easy job for them or easier job for them to like move forward and clarify what need to be clarified. Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay,
Okay.
so we're almost at 12.
Want to do the zoning calendar?
Oh, we have?
Yeah.
All right, we do.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, 2023 55 BZ, 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Just give me a second. sorry, I'm just scrolling through my notes. So we received draft DOT sign off, and DOT determined that a detailed traffic and pedestrian analysis is not warranted, as the proposed trip would be less than the secra threshold for traffic and for pedestrian. However, DOT does recommend following conditions, and the conditions are that access to the site will be through one full movement, one right in, right out driveway along Rockaway Boulevard on the right in, right out driveway along 150th Street. And that the applicant shall provide a builder's pavement plan and shall secure all the necessary approvals from DOT. And the applicant will be responsible for all the costs associated with the design. My question is, as I was looking at the plans, there is a parking lot that is right next to the abutting trash enclosure. And for the safety and to ensure that no vehicles will be unnecessarily obstructing the parking area, can bollards be placed along the curvature of the striped area shown on the plan next to the parking space? And this would prevent any vehicles exiting from the gasoline pump, because I do think, I mean, we have seen this over time, the stripes will fade and may result in vehicles incorrectly parking and impeding the movement. There should be another condition that at no time any vehicles, including trucks, especially fuel delivery trucks, shall not block the sidewalks. And that is critical because there is a bus stop right at that entry point where the truck will be making the deliveries from. Those are my only additional comments to this, and I think we're almost there. The applicant can make these corrections to the plans. That would be great. Vice Chair Shibata.
No further comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further.
Okay. Commissioner Yu.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Item number 18, 2024-07BZ, 4529 Casino Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. At the August hearing, board was satisfied with the revision that was made. As part of its recent submission, board has received a soft commitment letter from HPD for the proposed development. Also, at the last hearing, fire department had expressed concern regarding the emergency vehicle access way and the required clear frontage zone for staging area within the site. So in response to fire department's comments, the plan has been revised, specifically the design of the courtyard located between the proposed building and the existing building K1. The dimension of the courtyard, though, remains the same, with the exception of the landscape area. So there is now less of a landscaped area that allows for a staging for fire department apparatus, and the amount of hardscape area has increased therefore. In addition, fire department required that 2 on-site fire hydrants be installed near the clear zones and that no parking signs be installed along the designated emergency vehicle access way. I had asked the applicant to provide a comparison of the existing and the proposed area. The applicant has provided that, and this is in response to the fire department comments. So we do see a little reduction in some of the landscape open area because fire department required more hard surface for their clear zone. So I think based on trying to strike a balance between the need for an open area for the residents to use and the need for fire department to ensure safety for the residents of the building. I think this is a very this is a very good outcome of the proposal. So I have no additional comments, and I'm satisfied with this application. I want to thank the applicant and the architects team to work with fire department to come up with these solutions without really undoing the overall good site plan of this, in this case. Vice Chair Shibata,
Also satisfied with this application.
thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I'm also satisfied.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Sheta, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application.
And Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you, I'm satisfied.
Okay, this concludes the review session for November sixth, 2024. We'll resume at
Let's take a lunch break because we're near at the, almost at the 12 o'clock mark. Let's resume at 12:25. Does
Okay.
that give us enough time, or 12:30?
Can we make it
12:30. 12:30?
Yeah.
Okay, 12:30.
we will resume, ladies and gentlemen, resume at 12:30 for a Give us a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be with you in a second. Oops, upside down.
We're low.
I know I am. Yeah. Ready? Good to go? Okay, can I start? Yeah. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Hearing for November 2024. The first item up for discussion is new cases on the SOC calendar. Item number 10-37471BZ, Volume 2, 20511 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
This would be Todd Dale.
Yeah, Todd Dale.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dale. Is there anyone else with you, sir?
It is just myself today.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Dale. I'm attorney for the property owner and this application. I did listen to the review session. I will go through the items that were addressed and respond, to those I can here at hearing, and then also note those which we can respond to in a future written submission. First, just to confirm so the board knows, Community Board 11 of Queens had its full board meeting the evening of November 4th, and I believe a recommendation is forthcoming. Community Board 11 is generally pretty quick with those, but we'll follow up in case it doesn't reach the board's records. With respect to some other issues were raised, we will provide the most recent Department of Buildings approved plans to the record, submit those to the record so the board has those for review. We will also revise the plan set that was submitted, ensuring that it's consistent with the DOB approved plans. I know there was some discussion about it. It was labeled existing proposed. This is sort of an unusual situation where you have some existing and some proposed. So that was the labeling behind it, because the portion that's in the residential district is proposed to stay existing, but there is going to be a change to the building. We'll maintain that labeling unless the board has any other suggestions. The project manager can reach out to me, but that was the intent behind that. We'll review to make sure that all the required notes are shown. Not limited to, but specifically, Chair, you noted that there was an HVAC note that was obscured. We'll make sure that those are all visible. We'll provide sections of the bollards and the building.
Sorry, Mr. Dale, there were
Yes.
actually notes that were there in the previously approved plans that were not carried forth. I only mentioned one of them, which was the only one that was there, but it was blocked by the title sheet, the title label. So please go through the previously approved plans and make sure every conditions that were indicated on the plan stated in the resolution is being carried forth unless you're proposing an amendment. to them.
Understood. We'll make sure all those notes are there and that they're visible.
And
Um,
while we're interrupting, there's existing plans which show the existing condition, and then there's proposed plans which show the existing plus the alteration. Right? That's how we typically do it.
I understand, but in this case, we basically have the site, the portion that's in the C22 district that was approved by Department of Buildings, and we also have the section, the R32. How's this? We can change the labeling as you want. I mean, we could provide a separate existing set, but because this is under construction, under alteration right now, I would say it's almost impossible to provide an existing plan since it's changing during the course of this application. So, we tried to mimic the prior plans, and the plan set we want to propose is going to mirror the Department of Buildings approved plans. Look, we're flexible. I'm not trying to, say we can't do it. I'm not sure what the best way to do this is here. We would suggest just the one set of plans showing what's going to be developed. But if there's any other additional plan sets that are required, we can of course submit them. It's an unusual site situation. That's That's the
I
crux of
understand
the
what
issue.
you're saying. I think just to make it simple for future board, just call this plan a proposed plan, even though I understand what you have on the portion of the residential is existing and nothing is changing. I would just call it, because that's the plan that is going to be approved with in its entirety. This
So
is,
noted.
so just make everything proposed and I understand what you're saying with regards to it already is in the state of demolition and what is existing. Existing is a demolished structure, whereas it was there based on what the prior grant was. So
We'll call it a proposed plan for
you
sure.
need to
We can do that.
clarify all of this in your statement of facts.
Will do.
Yeah, and I'll just say for proposed plans with existing elements, you usually just use the plans to denote which are existing and which are proposed, right? So
That's a good point.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll call it a proposed plans. We'll go through, as noted, we'll ensure the notes are there. We'll include, we'll add sections, that were there mirroring the prior plans. We'll, note, with respect to signage, the comments that you raised, Chair, and we'll also add a note that the board is not,
In addition to the note, it is very, very easy to make that correction on the elevation because I just measured it from the measurements that you have. And from the measurements you have, the sign on the Northern Boulevard and Clearview are well above 25 feet. So you just need to bring it down to 25 feet. And that's easy. And in addition, as a safety measure, have a note. I don't want to have two of them separately where one of these is not in sync. In this case, you can make it in sync.
understood. We'll do that. And then I think there were other comments, but we'll ensure that the plans, as I said, reflect any Department of Buildings approved plans and all the comments that were raised. And then just we'll confirm that the zoning analysis form of record is consistent. I did see that there was one typo error in there, which we can correct and just make sure it matches the plans. You noted the statement. We'll update the statement to ensure that it reflects the plans. We can add in the references that you just noted and clarify the alteration status of the existing building. With respect to the operation, there were two core questions that were raised. We'll confirm for the statement, but just to clarify, the majority of inventory for the site during its prior operation and future operation is stored off-site. There are limited vehicles that are on the site. There is a vehicle limit that was actually a condition of a prior resolution. They're stored off-site. We can get the address of that site where they're stored and add that. But I think we have actually the operation plan from the prior grant, which we'll add in there. And I'll get some more details on the charger. It's my understanding upon information and belief that that charger is for employees and for when a customer purchases a vehicle that would use a charger, an electric charger, when they do bring it to the site for pickup, it's used to charge that. It's not open 24 hours as a public charging station because that is for customer employee parking. But I will get clarity on the operation and the use of the charger and include that in an upcoming submission.
So
with
I just want to
sorry?
understand, the customers will use it for charging when?
So the way in this is reflected actually under the prior application, what will happen is that with respect to when a customer purchases a vehicle, they may have sample models on site, like one particular Toyota, and then, they say I'd like it in red or whatever version of it is. And those are stored off site. And when the purchase is done, it's brought to the site for customer pickup and to finalize. If one of those vehicles is electric, as a courtesy to customer prior to them departing, they'll charge that vehicle up so they can drive it off the lot. That's really the core use of the charger. And I believe also some of the employees may have electric vehicles too, but it's not a open 24/7 because there was a condition under the prior grant that after hours, that area is supposed to be locked. And it is locked. So that's not a public charging station for like parties on the street. But I'll get clarity on the use of that and I'll include that in the submission. With respect to continuous use, We can review street photos just to show that it was used since the expiration of the prior term and the filing of this application. We'll review the compliance chart, and we can provide photos with respect to items on the compliance chart that are still active. Obviously, with the condition of the building being altered right now, there's certain photos that we couldn't support because it's in a transition period, but like we can provide photos of the landscaping and the acoustic fence to support the compliance chart. And then the last item I just want to clarify with respect to the violations, we actually noted in the last submission there are 5 open violations, not 4. 3 of those are historical. They're actually, I think, like 15 years old plus, that are just open due to administrative reasons relating to like the certificate of occupancy being outdated. In conjunction with this application, we can seek to close those historical violations. There are 2 current, I would say, contemporary violations. One of them is for the expiration of the CO, which is related to this current application and can be resolved upon grant of this application and then the update of the CO. And then with respect to the masonry crack violation, we'll include this in the next submission, but also Commissioner Sheta raised it. I believe there was a portion of the exterior on the front that had a crack. In conjunction with this alteration, that facade is proposed to be repaired and renewed, so that will take care of the issue. It's not a structural crack. It was just a crack in the front of the masonry, but we'll include that in the submission. And I would just note for the record that all those violations, the 5 that are open, there are no outstanding penalties due for any of them. Any penalties have been paid. I believe that's the core of the questions that were raised. I'm happy to answer anything I might have missed, but we can respond to those, as I said, in a forthcoming written submission.
So I don't know if you did get a copy of
I
the
sent it to-
letter from the Auburndale Civic Association. So there is some concern that was
I
raised
did.
with regards to the use of that accessory parking area, and that it may be in violation of one of the conditions. Can you speak to that?
Sure, I can speak to that. As I said, in one of the prior conditions of the prior grant is that there's no preparation or repair at the site. I can guarantee there's no repair, and the preparation of the vehicle preparation is done off-site before the vehicles are brought over. However, because of the nature of the business, what will happen, and this was discussed at the prior hearing, is that if an customer comes in and they purchase a red Toyota Camry, they will arrange a time for pickup of the Camry for it to be brought over. And so if the Camry is brought over, it's brought over, maybe charged, they take out the floor mats, they do whatever, but they just leave it in the site waiting for the customer to come pick it up. Because of the nature of the business, it's not, sometimes people are late for the appointment. So sometimes a car may be in there for a few hours or half a day, but it's not a regular preparation site, which we would say complies with the prior condition. It's just a transition period where vehicles are brought there and they're waiting there for customers for when they come to pick them up. In response to some of the other questions that were raised in there in the Auburndale letter, I would just note that, the Auburndale Improvement Association does note that there were questions about the sidewalk and the bollards were installed. They noticed that there was considerable improvement, that there was improvement with respect to the operation. And I would just note that other questions, comments that were raised with respect to we submitted this to the record, but with respect to the license agreement required for the site protection for the work at the site, we stand on what was in the record that was submitted to the board's record, but it's also on record with the courts that the court did rule on the motion and authorized the construction and set forth a license agreement, which is existing in place and has been complied with fully.
So do provide an updated operational plan.
Will do.
And also in the plan, indicate the location of the trash enclosure, because that was in the previous plan. It was part of the condition. The new plan does not show that. And I also noticed in the proposed plan, there is, instead of providing 3-foot high fence along the front the two street frontages, Clearview and 205, I think that's the street. It's being replaced by bollards. That's not what the prior grant approved. It was going to be, it had to be, the metal fence as. So unless you're proposing to make any change, those need to be corrected.
Noted.
Was-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we'll clarify that the prior fence conditions will be maintained as approved, and the bollards will be restricted to just the Northern Boulevard frontage as they were previously granted.
So provide detail of the bollard as it was in the previous plan.
Will do.
You want photographs of all of them?
We received
Yeah,
a number of,
sorry, Ms. Matias reminded me, and I want photos of all of these. Well, actually, you cannot provide photos of anything
Right.
now, after construction.
Oh,
We can provide photos of the additional photos. I'll take a look at the photos in the record of the parking area. I believe that they do show that the acoustic fence and the landscaping is in good repair, but we'll review and add any extra photos that are needed. But with respect to conditions, we'll provide photos to those items where it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Yoon.
we received a number of objections and I guess neighbor comments during the break or just before our lunch break that I'm just reviewing now. So I don't think everyone's had time to look at those, but I just want to make sure it's clear that everyone saw that we received a number of
Yeah.
documents
Yeah.
that were uploaded an hour ago.
Right.
I believe we may have some speakers today.
Yeah, we do have some speakers. So one of the letters says Community Board 11 has voted unanimously against this variance renewal. So I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I attended the meeting, and I didn't want to speak for their recommendation that there was a vote, but I don't know what they may include in the forthcoming written recommendation. I just wanted to confirm for the board that November 4th was the meeting for the full board.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Dale? Let's go to the public because I do know we have a lot of people from the Civic Association who speak.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 37471 BZ, Volume 3, 205-11 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. You will enter at the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute, or as if you're calling in on the phone in order to be heard. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to provide testimony.
Okay, I see somebody by the name of John Capozzi who has raised the hand. Permission to talk. I'm going to give the person permission to. Mr. Capozzi, I have given you the permission to talk. Please, if you're listening to us on YouTube, please turn off the YouTube. Otherwise, there'll be an echo.
Good afternoon. My name is John Capozzi. I live on 205th Street, opposite Toyota. Earlier, you showed pictures of the demo that was being done at the site and that there was a secure safety fence put up. But prior to that safety fence being put up, the roof, the interior walls, and the flooring inside Toyota was being removed with no safety walls around it at that time. Those walls were not put up until October 30th, the 31st, and the 1st they were erected. That was way after the construction was done. Also, we've been told that only customers and employees would be parked in the parking lot. I happened to take a walk around the block today, and I noticed that there was a car in the parking lot with no plates on it and one car with plates. Prior to this, there have been cars with no plates, which were new cars being dropped off that were put in the parking lot and held there from anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to a day or two. Also, on 205th Street side of Toyota, there is a large tree that is on their property. At times, cars hit it. We have all over the place. Toyota doesn't clean it up until there is a meeting. Once there's a meeting going on, they clean up the property and make it look pretty. Otherwise, they do nothing. At times, they have car carriers which park in front of Toyota to drop off cars. And this is a hazard to anybody on Northern Boulevard, because if you know the intersection of the Clearview and Northern Boulevard, it's kind of hard to get around those trucks. Also, another one of my concerns is once the building is up and actually operating, like the building across the street, which is Nissan Nissan Star Toyota, is lit up all night long. Is this going to happen when Star Toyota is done? Are we going to have these lights on all night and bother the neighbors? And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next
Next.
person is Jerry Chow. Go ahead. Jerry.
If you
Hi,
could,
everyone. Can you hear me?
yes.
Hi. Also, is there a way that I can share something with the board?
Can you put your video on, Ms. Chu?
I thought I am on.
Doesn't-
one
Okay,
second.
what's she gonna share?
She can't,
Oh, she can't share?
she can't if she doesn't. She has 3 minutes to testify.
All right.
You have 3 minutes to testify, so what I would suggest, can you send what you wanted to share to submit@bsa.nyc.gov?
Is she permitted?
Okay.
She is permitted to share, but she's having difficulty sharing it. Ms. Chu, since you have 3 minutes, I would suggest if you have anything to state so and follow it up with the letter and the supporting documents. I wouldn't
Okay.
want not-
Yeah, the picture actually is my main point.
Okay,
Can I maybe solve the difficulty and then say it again?
okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
Next person is the person who's calling in from the number last
That's
4
Mr.
digit
Euler.
is 5505. That would be.
Yes,
you.
hello.
Ah,
Hello.
Euler. That is Mr. Euler. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Yes.
Euler.
Yes, my name's Henry Euler. I'm the president of the Auburndale Improvement Association. I did send you a letter, and I heard you talk about it this morning at the review session. Yes, the community board did meet on Monday, and they unanimously turned down the application. We've had problems with Star Toyota in the past, and since 3 of the commissioners haven't been involved with the evidence before, I started my letter by telling about the bollards, that the board recommended the bollards be put up, keep the cars off the sidewalk. I also mentioned the fact that there was a lot of noise in the side parking lot, and that was remediated somewhat with the acoustic opaque fence that was installed. So we're very grateful to the board for helping us out with the problems that we see with them. There's a lot of issues that have come up, but the main issue this time around is the issue about the Chow family, Mr. and Mrs. Chow. Mrs. Chow just was the person who was speaking to you.
Can you repeat what?
Mr. Euler, I'm
Yes.
sorry, stop you for a second. Can you maybe raise the volume or repeat what you just said, the last
Oh,
line?
sure. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Repeat what you just
Okay.
said.
I said that Mr. and Mrs. Chow are the people that live behind Star Toyota, and the back wall of Star Toyota butts their property. Now, this is a situation that they were asked if they could Star Toyota could store their materials and scaffolding on the Chow property. And because of the bad time that they had at certain intervals with Star Toyota, they didn't want them on their property. Star Toyota took them to court and cited a Real Actions and Proceedings Law number 881, which the judge ruled in the favor of Star Toyota. Now, after that, the Chows didn't hear anything much, and now we hear at the community board meeting that, oh yes, there's a license agreement in place, and they sent them 4 checks already for $1,000 each for the months of July through October, and there's insurance in place, and all kinds of things like that. But the Chows have never heard about this. They never knew that there was any kind of agreement in place, and they didn't agree to anything as yet. They didn't sign any papers. So, this is a situation that is very difficult for the Chows. They've had Star Toyota had come on the back of their property. They left some debris there for some reason. They were standing on top of their garage. All kinds of stuff like that, without even telling them that they were coming over or asking permission.
Mr. Euler, you have very little bit of time left, so.
Okay, so the letter explains everything, the Chows really need some more transparency from Star Toyota, and they need to have an agreement in place that they sign and they agree to. Thank you.
Okay, so all I would say on that one, first of all, whatever is happening between Chows and the Star, it's something that's not before us. That seems to be a discussion. We need to talk more through other court matters and other cases. What is before us is specifically to this variance that was granted and the use associated with it and the conditions of the site associated with it. And the enlargement that is being proposed, it's being proposed as of right. DOB approved it. And as you know, any as of right development doesn't go through the same discretionary review at the board's, community board level. Go ahead. Did you want to say anything, counsel?
Just that issue that's being raised about the boundary dispute seemingly has been litigated. It is not for this board to relitigate, and we will not be discussing it.
Okay. That was him. That was Henry Euler. So Ms. Chow, I don't know if she wants to come back.
Her hands up. She already had her.
No, she had.
She did request.
She had technical difficulty.
We had her request that you call on.
Ms. Chow, do you want to come back?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I will email the photos to the board. What I want to say is similar to what our neighbor is saying. We have photos showing that Toyota has often parked cars on the sidewalk in front of the building on Northern Boulevard, and then also have parked cars on the fire lane on Northern Boulevard in front of the building. We have photos for that. We have shown the board, and then you will receive a copy of that. With all that, and then also the parking lot, the accessory parking lot, which is supposed to be customer and employee only, they have a sign for customer only, but you will see during the normal operation currently, it's already can be very packed, and they have new cars there all the time. And then we have photos for that. And they started their work on their roof without any fence around it since mid-July. From mid-July to now, the building was gutted to the bare wall. All the roof was gone. They digging up the concrete, and then we have photos to show you. Also, they have, for the last week, they have put it up the fences and the sidewalk scaffolding. And those scaffolds extended beyond their property and then has no lighting on that, on 205th Street.
I would strongly suggest that these comments with regards to the construction that is happening, these violations, you bring it to the attention of Community Board and Department of Buildings. This is really their domain, and they should be monitoring the construction situation, and any violations can only be issued by them. So please bring it to their attention and share those photos with them. You can
Okay,
share.
thank you.
You should directly send it to DOB and to the community board so that they can also communicate with their local DOB liaison.
Okay, thank you. And then those conditions under the variance, like a daily cleaning of the properties in and around, they're not followed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Max Chow.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. I understand this is regarding the variance, but the variance also contributes to the construction plan. And more importantly, it's all about the required parking. They have been operating before this construction, and we already, with 16 parking spaces for customers, it's already congested. This is not a low traffic neighborhood. It's quite high traffic, and that's a main concern for us. The other thing is that with this enlargement, this is increase in 30% of the square footage that their building will offer. And there was no talk about increase in parking. So if it's already congested, increasing by 30%, the least they can do is increase parking by 30%, and that's in your control. All the photos that Jerry mentioned has been submitted to BSA through Submit, has been submitted to Community Board, and all the documents will show what we're experiencing, especially the photos. The other thing that I do want to bring up is that the DOB has objections against the mezzanine. I don't know the specifics, but I've also sent this as an attachment to BSA, and it shows that there's objections. I don't know the details, but increase in square footage demands more parking. Believe that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you did submit, if anything was submitted while we were talking, we haven't received it. Please do.
Submitted last night and this morning before the meeting. So
We,
it's taking a while for it to go through, I suppose.
It just takes us a while for it to be processed
Oh,
internally in our
okay.
file system, so we received it about an hour ago.
Oh,
As
okay.
and
okay, that's probably why
one,
I have
yeah.
not seen
Okay.
it.
So everything will be in front of you. Even what Jerry was speaking to, the photos are being represented for you to see.
We did receive something from you, Mr. Chow, about the
Okay.
mezzanine. Okay, I do
Okay.
see. Okay.
There should be at least 7 emails.
Yeah,
Maybe.
we did receive several emails.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? For 20511 Northern Boulevard, Queens? It's not, okay.
I do have a question for Mr. Dale. Since there is, as the photos that were shared by Commissioner Yoon of the site condition, that it is boarded up, how is the business operating right now? Is it really operating from that site for the time being?
It's my understanding that it is not operating there, that there's an alternate address, but I can provide additional details both on the future proposed operational plan that'll meet board conditions, but also the current temporary operational plan.
The reason for asking this question is, I hope, in the during the construction of this enlargement, which I understand is it has been approved by Department of Buildings because it's an as of right enlargement. That any of the holding of the vehicles or showing of the vehicles is not happening on the accessory parking lot. It is solely to be used only for customer parking and for employee parking. The vehicular pickup and drop off, if there's I would like to know what is the number of vehicles that is estimated to be dropped off, not dropped off, for pickup in a day? And do you have adequate parking space to meet the demand of the employee, at least as it was reviewed then, of the customer parking and employee parking?
I made a special note that in the operational plan, we'll respond to that issue.
So you need to provide those and revise the plans. And I do appreciate the response that we got from everybody, especially Mr. Euler and Chow and Kaposi. I just want to be very mindful of that. What is before us is just so there are two components to it. Department of Buildings authorized a renovation and enlargement of the existing building that is located in the C22 zoning district along the Northern Boulevard frontage. And that can be that is permitted as of right. And it doesn't have to come before us. So DOB exercised its right, exercised its authority and granted that approval. And it is being enlarged pursuant to the underlying regulation, whether that is related to parking or another. So those also all have to be compliant. What is before the board is regarding the variance that was granted for this use and the enlarged portion of the parking lot and how that area, which is in the residential portion, can be used. And board had put a lot of conditions at the last grant, and we want to ensure that those grants and conditions are being abided by. And therefore we have asked Mr. Dale to provide more clarification. How is the operation of this site being conducted temporarily and in future permanently? That will not be in any way be in violation of board's conditions. Yeah.
And if I may, I just want to add for Mr. Dale, who, you've obviously read the letter from the Auburndale Civic Association, heard the testimony from the neighbors, and we haven't seen the CB vote, but I'm assuming it's a disapproval. I don't know if it's a disapproval with conditions or what have you. But if the operational plan could demonstrate to the board and the community as well that not only should they change their mind on the board ceasing the use of this site here, but that there are safeguards in place that can appease the community. So its continued operation won't be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And for the community board, we appreciate disapproval with conditions or approval with conditions in their votes. So it does give the applicant team and community an idea of what the problems are and if they are, if there is an ability to rectify them.
And therefore, I do very much appreciate always a letter from Mr. Euler, who very clearly lays out the issues at hand and what we need to look for. Thank you.
Understood. And if I could just speak briefly, I don't want to digress too far off the topic and the issues before the board, but council, I did hear your comments. I would just note, as Mr. Euler noted in the record, when there was an issue, bollards were installed. When another issue was raised, acoustic screening was installed. The property owner, if there are other operational structural changes that can be made, has exhibited changes in the past and is willing to, move forward with any other, additional revisions that can be made. I would just also just like to state for the record, because it was mentioned during the public session, the judgment from the court was entered into the record. We stand on that. And we would note that since the construction has started, there have been multiple DOB inspector visits and no violations have been issued to this point. We'll continue to do the enlargement that was approved by DOB pursuant to all pertinent regulations. And if a violation is issued in the future, we'll address it promptly. But to this point, no violations have been issued with respect to that work. Thank you.
Thank you. How much time would you need to respond to all these comments? I'll just let you know that I think January onward looks good.
That seems very reasonable. I was going to suggest January onward. We can be flexible with the board's calendar. I believe there's 2 hearings in January. Maybe the second hearing would be
January
fine.
6th. Submission date would be December 19th. For the January 27th, your submission date would be January 9th.
We can definitely do the second January if that. I think that might be a little more flexible for the board, and that gives everybody time to review and respond over the holiday break.
We'll confirm, because I want to look
Sure.
at the calendar and make sure we're not overpacked.
Understood. Just know that we're flexible with the boards. Late January, even early February, depending on what's going on, we should be able to respond.
Can you, in your operational plan, I think you referred to this, but just clearly explain the relationship between the location for Star Toyota used cars on 190th and Northern? That's one I was first mapped to. And then there's this one, and it's much bigger, has a much bigger lot, and they seem to sell the same nature of cars. So if you can explain that for us.
Sure, I can reference that. Now, I'll just say it briefly here, but I'll include it. The inventory for the new Toyotas is actually not at that used car site. I believe it's a different site that's actually on Long Island, but I'll get confirmation and include that information. I think it's very similar to the operational plan that was part of the record of the prior application.
Okay, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
And again, what is the expected turnaround time of customer pickup? How many customers do pick up on an average daily basis? And that analysis of the parking space, you also need to provide that.
Will do. Yeah, no, we'll start with the prior operational plan and supplement it with all the questions that have been raised today.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 19708 BZ, 341, 349 Troy Avenue, Brooklyn. Mr. Goldstein?
One second. Yep, there I see. Is Barbara Cohn also in your team?
Jay? Goldstein?
Sorry, it cut off as you were promoting me. Barbara Cohn will also be part of our team, yes.
Suen Chiang, is that she part of your team?
No,
No, okay. Ms. Chiang, if you're calling for another case, right now we're on Troy Avenue. If you were calling for Northern Boulevard, we've passed that one. But please do stay around if you need for another case. Please lower your hand if you're not here for this case, sorry.
And if you've missed your opportunity to speak regarding the previous case, which is the Northern Boulevard, the Star Toyota, please make your submission to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. We do review all the comments, though we did receive today's all the submissions which were submitted late last night while we were in hearing, so we didn't get the opportunity to review them, but we will review them.
Yeah, she might be for the other Northern Boulevard though.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
maybe.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond only to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicants. I'm here today. I listened to the review session. Just for clarity, I think there's it may have been a little confusing in my statement. I apologize for that, but Madam Chair, we are reducing the square footage of the larger units by shifting around the interior walls so that we have more moderately sized units as opposed to before we had very small units and extremely large units. So now we're having units, the original approval from 2016 had the largest unit being about 3,200 square feet. Now our largest unit will be about 2,300 square feet. So we're just shifting the interior walls of the building so that it retains the same amount of units, but it provides more normal, I don't know a good way to say it, but average size apartments as opposed to those tremendously large apartments. So I can try and clarify it in the statement, but that is the approach, and that's how we're staying with the 26 units, because we're not increasing or decreasing the number of units, the number of parking, the number of open space. All we're doing is shifting around interior walls so that we can accommodate more uniform size apartments that are a little more manageable for the demographic that's currently presenting itself. You're cutting out, Madam Chair. I apologize. I apologize. I can't hear you.
Okay. Can you not hear me?
It's cutting out very choppy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
I guess it was the mic. Sorry,
Happens.
that, apologies. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to list all the units by unit types, square footage, and comparing them to unit types and square footage.
We'll give you
I
a chart.
get around to square footage because they were kind of broken up because somewhere houses and other things, so that became a little confusing. And I was trying to compare that, and what I did get around to was that the total breakdown of the units by unit types, but not by square footage.
We can try and put together a chart for you to illustrate it. But the bottom line is that we've reduced those. The 2016 approval was to provide these larger homes, larger units, and now we're bringing it down to the smaller units to accommodate the varying needs of the neighborhood. So we'll provide that chart.
And this is where I'm sorry, I'm pushing this because I'm trying to understand, because the count that I have, there were 7 2-bedrooms, 10 3-bedrooms, 2 4-bedrooms, and 6 4-bedrooms plus penthouse. And those are being changed to now 8 3-bedrooms, so no 2 bedrooms at all, 13 4-bedrooms, and 5 4-bedrooms that are penthouse. So how is that less?
I had slightly different. I did the exact same exercise, which seconds the need for a chart to summarize this, but I have different numbers in the previous. I have 6 5-bedroom duplexes that were quite large. Whereas in the proposed, only 3 5-bedroom duplexes and 2 4-bedroom duplexes. Okay. 13 4-bedroom simplexes. It's anyway, we're both trying to find out the same.
I've provided that chart before, I think even for this application, so I'll provide it again. Not for this current iteration, but I've provided that type of a chart, and I'll try and illustrate it that way so that it's clear to the board.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay. And then I don't think there are any other questions for me. I know Barbara Cohn is here regarding the financials. I believe my take or my understanding was that the board is satisfied with this application and that the direction given was for future feasibility studies. We did listen to it. We do have notes and have taken that into account. I don't know if there's specific questions for Ms. Cohn, but she's here.
I had a question about the roof and whether it's going to be an amenity terrace.
Oh, I know that there were previous. I have to double check with the ownership and the architect on that, and I'll get back to you in writing because I don't know offhand how that was taken into account. Commissioner Ali Brown, we can't hear you.
Oh.
I would like Ms. Cohen to revise the report since you are coming back.
Okay, so then, Ms. Cohen, do you have questions or anything regarding that?
Well, I heard your comments. You have to keep in mind that the report and the format of the stacking plan, all of that was really keeping to the prior reports formats. In more recent times, certainly enhance a lot of the narrative and the math when there are significant outdoor spaces and how they get calculated into the sales prices and so on. So right there with you on what we typically do. So what I can do now is, since we are going to come back, and I'll go back and redo the report in a way that you're used to in more recent times, and present it like I typically do, and show the math and walk you through it. I think that was kind of it. It was really sort of that, I think. Right.
And separate the comps out by bedrooms.
Oh, yeah. Because this one just kind of put them all together. Although, we do with condos, where the sales price is based on the square footages. So, but I can tease those out as well.
So I believe that was it for us, unless I missed something.
Let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 19708BZ, 349 Troy Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate on this specific case, 19708BZ Troy Avenue, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So is Ms. Suen Xiang wanting to testify for this case?
Please join us if you are. It's my clock.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm the chair of the Land Use Committee at Community Board 9. We do intend to hear this case, so we hope the developer is able to join us on November 12th. But I do want to make sure that we have all the information that we need to make a determination. When you last came to us, I think it was about 2.5 years ago, and this was, so the case, I guess, has been pending since 2008. You told us that it would be finished by June of 2024, and I guess the BSA saw fit to grant you until 2026. And I'm wondering if any work has been undertaken other than permitting, specifically any environmental remediation. Are you enrolled in the brownfield cleanup program? Has financing been obtained? And if so, when? And were any other alternatives to the variance request considered, given the amount of time that's passed and the changes in the real estate market? Specifically, going back to construction of homes under the original R4 zoning, and I note that there are no homes for sale in this area at the moment, so there's no oversupply. Second, development of multifamily rental housing or senior affordable housing that would benefit from tax abatements in exchange for income restricted units. Did you ever consider an MIH rezoning request? Given the size of the upzoning being requested, it's a 400% upzoning. Did you consider development of a larger number of smaller condo units, including 1 and 2 bedrooms? I think even the 2 bedrooms you have listed are kind of on the large side. And finally, did you consider the development of affordable home ownership units? That's something that the city is talking a lot about now. And also, how much open space would there be on the lot? And would this be enough space to accommodate the 32 units of parking as surface parking as opposed to cellar parking? So that's all I have. But we look forward to seeing the developer and, you know, seeing how we can get something productive for the community built here.
Thank you, Ms. Young, for laying out all your questions. This gives Mr. Goldstein ample time to prepare for the hearing at the community board. I would though say this is a special order calendar. This is not a new application. This is a continuation of an application that was previously granted by the board, and the applicant is modifying minor change. And what the applicant here is trying to prove to the board is that these minor changes in no way changes of the 5 findings, specifically 2 findings, and that is the finding related to finance and that what the applicant is requesting is still considered a minimal return on the hardship. And those are the 2 points the applicant has to prove. And that is why we are asking for more clarification on the financial aspect of the documents and comparing to what was previously granted and where, and therefore those comparisons are arising. I'm assuming there has not been any cleanup on this site yet. And Mr. Goldstein can clarify that.
Yeah, can I speak now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. First of all, I'm happy to attend the community board meeting. The community board has a copy of all of our application materials that have been submitted to date. I would just ask that the community board reach out to me with meeting details, because I've not been contacted by the community board about this. So I'm happy to meet them. I'm happy to discuss, but Madam Chair, as you mentioned, this is it's an approved variance that we're trying to change minor interior changes, and we'll respond to the board's comments accordingly. And we are happy to speak to the community board and address their concerns. Understanding that it's not a revisit of an old project. This is a project that was approved, and going through rezonings or things like that to substantially change the nature of the project was not what was contemplated by this application. I think that's as you were discussing. But again, happy to meet at the community board, happy to provide them with additional information, and happy to work with the community as we've done in the past.
Reach out to the community board.
All right, again, start again.
Oh, boy. I would also request that you reach out to the community board now that you know the community board will be holding a hearing, so that they know that.
Right, Ms. Prenga just sent me the contact info, so to the person she's been speaking with, and I'll reach out today.
Wonderful, great, good. Thank you, Ms. Prenga. All right, how much time will you need? And I just want to be mindful for the community board. The application that you have received is the same set of applications that we have, and that is what we are reviewing. That is how the BSA process works. We look at whatever documents has been submitted that is under your review. So our review is no different, is not based on different material. It's the same set of material that you have. Mr. Goldstein, how much time do you need to make these corrections?
Ms. Cohn, how much time do you need to make your corrections?
Certainly a few weeks, I would think. I got to go back and find all the details of these comps that hopefully I can do. So
I guess end of January for the
Yeah.
end of January hearing. Does that work for you, Ms. Cohn?
End of January,
I don't want to confirm, I don't
No,
want
I'm
to
not saying
confirm a date
confirm, I'm
because
saying
I think we have a few cases that are already
know.
lined up with a lot of finance in it. So we need to just look at everything and make sure. So
Okay.
we will do our best to schedule it for January. But we seem to have lined up quite a bit of finance cases for that. If not, definitely February.
We'll work with staff, no problem.
I'm not going anywhere.
That's not a good thing. Please.
I know, it's terrible. No one wants to send me on vacation. Okay, I'll work on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Good seeing
Thank
you.
you.
On
On the next case, yeah.
Item number 12, 2018-95 BZ, Volume 2, 120 Avenue M, Brooklyn.
I'm by myself.
And are you by yourself with this?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you affirm to raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicants. I heard the comments from the board, and I think that primarily it's two major components. One is that the board would like to see a side-by-side comparison to really understand the programming within the building, which will in turn discuss why the cellar is now being proposed and the need for the cellar and the storage space and how it would all play out. And then also the second aspect would be towards the character of the neighborhood with regard to the bulkhead and to the facade of the building. So I think it's just easier. Those are all illustrative as opposed to just discussing it now. In the interest of time for the board's sanity also, I think I'll respond in writing to those two points.
Just provide as much of visual documents. I did some perspectives of the bulkhead, how it would appear from the corner of Fifth and Avenue M, I think. McDonald's doesn't matter because you have the elevated subway.
Correct.
Corner is kind of spoken for. It's the other one which starts to get more residential in context.
Right.
And as I was trying to eyeballing it using Google Street View, I think it would be visible. So that's why I asked that question, even though it would be right in the middle of the site. And the other question is how the drop off and pickup is going to be
Right.
maintained within the site, because that
Sure.
was a very critical component of the whole analysis that
Right.
went.
No problem. I will also speak to the simultaneous use of all the therapy rooms to justify all the spaces.
Right, because it was brought up at the last hearing as to why the gym and the PT OT office spaces cannot be utilized simultaneously.
Right.
At that time, there was more of the separation of the two spaces for two different purposes on different floors was justified, but here they're on the same floor. So.
No, we'll discuss it. There's different uses, different furniture, different, built-in machines that are used as well. So that'll go towards different therapies and why they need their dedicated spaces. Okay, we'll discuss it in our submission. You
I
broke up.
A full-size cellar and the roof floor plan, and then a description of why the elevator goes to the cellar. And the reason I'm talking about the cellar stop is because that's an added, obviously excavation below, it's an added cost. And it seems like cost is driving the facade change and potentially the elevator change. So just understanding what the need is for the cellar stop to help just explain the
No
entire
problem.
cost efficiency argument.
No problem. Okay, I believe, I'll address all of your points in writing.
We recognize it's not the finance, but it's the programmatic need that drives it. So you need to kind of respond to Commissioner Yoon's question from the programmatic need aspect of it.
Right. No, I'll explain the need for the elevator in the cellar, and then everything else will fall in line, hopefully.
Okay. Let's go to the public now.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2018-95 BZ, Volume 2, 120 Avenue M, Brooklyn. Should you wish to provide testimony, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute or if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate also, please raise a Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the computer, the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How much time will you need, Mr.
Let's keep it on the same schedule as the last. Try for end of January. Probably the second week in February is probably more realistic on this one.
Okay. Second week of February. Okay, okay.
And obviously we'll confirm with staff, or staff will confirm to us.
Okay. It's ready. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
You too.
Item number 13, 15603BZ and 12715BZ, 13535-35 Northern Boulevard, Queens. This is Jessica Corus and who else? David Schnackenberg.
Schnackenberg. Thought I.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schnackenberg. Is there anyone else participating besides you and Ms. Corus?
Yes, Randy Gerner from GKV, the project architect, will respond to some of the board's questions as well.
Who?
Randy?
Randy Gerner?
No,
Randy,
she's not.
Can you raise your hand on the screen, Randy, or UA if you're in the room?
Miss Dong, D-O-N-G?
You Dong?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry. I thought that's what he said. I apologize.
I'm sorry, Randy is joining. He's joining.
Okay. Everyone unmute. Is that it, Mr. Schnackenberg?
Sorry, I'll be right with you. Randy needs a little help on the Zoom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
That is it. Yes, thank you, Ms. Matias.
Vladimir Randolph Gerner. Is Mr. Nick Napoli part of your team?
He is part of the team. He will not be presenting. He is spectating and probably handing notes to Randy.
And so we'll put him in.
Okay.
Yeah, hello, Randy's on. I hope you all can hear me.
Okay, no one speak yet until I swear everyone in. Okay, so could everyone unmute, please? Where is the other gentleman? I don't.
He's just observing.
Observing, okay, because he had his hand up. Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session. Mr. Schnackenberg?
David Schnackenberg with Fried Frank Harris Schreiber Jacobson for the applicant. We're joined today by a team with our project architect, Randy Gerner, Yue Tang, and Jessica Kors, who's our financial consultant. Forgive me, I'm a little bit hoarse. Unusually late night last night, but we attended the review session. Thank you all for your attention to the application. Also, thank you to Ms. Prenga and Ms. Banky, who have been working with us to prepare the application. We appreciate that. It's nice to see everybody. So, I think Commissioner Otley Brown said, right, builders will build if they can. And that's where we are on this project. We've been at BSA since 2003 for this variance, and we have not built anything since our approval in 2005. Take a second, think about where you were in 2003. I was living in Ireland writing poetry. Turns out I'm a terrible poet, but like that was a lifetime ago. So we're very excited to move forward. And what I'd like to do, if it's okay with the board, is briefly run through some of the issues that were raised at hearing, and then turn it over to Randy and Jessica to answer some questions with more specificity, including Randy's going to pull up some slides for everyone. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So we will clean up the configuration of the plans, make them more clear. Thank you, Commissioner Chanda, for pointing out Unit 3G is actually a 1-bedroom. It was mislabeled. We'll correct that on the plans. We have been taking a look at the window wall condition that you mentioned, and I think Randy is going to respond to this with the plan up when he speaks, and we will respond to this and to all of these comments in writing. You asked for a diagram showing the other BSA special permits in the area. There's actually a building heights survey that's already on the record. That survey includes a notation of which buildings received the special permit. I did not do a good enough job of connecting those dots in my statement, so I will call that out in the statement. And when we submit our revised statement, I'll resubmit that building height survey. So it's easy to find. But notably, there are 3 buildings within a block that have received the special permit for height in the airport approach district. And we, as you noted, we received our determination of no hazard to air navigation, and we have submitted that to the Port Authority. We've asked them to approve it as quickly as they can. I don't believe they can approve it until, issue a concurrence letter until December 8th, which is when the FAA determinations are no longer subject to challenge. But we've got the request in, and if the Port Authority is willing to concur earlier, we will certainly let you know and get that back to the board as soon as we can. Commissioner Chanda, you also asked about whether the lighting apparatus was within the building height, the 217-foot plane. I will call it out in our next submission, but on sheet, I believe it's 108, there should be a little pop out that shows that the light is below the permitted height. And I'll check back in with Ms. Prenga to make sure that that's sufficient. If it's not, we're happy to submit that differently. Let me see. Okay, so there were some questions about the financial analysis. I'm going to defer to Jessica on those because she will be able to give you more fulsome answers. But my understanding is that the 63 months versus the 48 months really reflects more so just a stepping up of how we analyze these since the 2015 approval, and also reflects the current market. But we'll address that in writing, and we'll make sure that we're giving you sort of an apples to apples comparison, not an apples to oranges comparison. I think that, jumping ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown had asked for the 2015 analysis to reflect the 2024 project costs, so that we can also make sure we're giving you the apples to apples comparison. I apologize that wasn't part of the record, and we will submit that as well as responses to any other questions.
Not the cost, but also the sellout as well, and the leasing based on 2024.
Okay, that we can do.
Understood.
The next item that was mentioned, Commissioner Chanda, you mentioned the glass tint. Randy will speak to that, but it is different for the base of the building than for the residential tower. Update on LPC review. This is a staff level determination. We've been in very close contact with LPC. They have asked for a site visit before they issue the certificate of appropriateness. I also think people just want to see this crazy cool black box that we've got going on. So that has been scheduled as of yesterday for November 27th. I will reach out to Ms. Prenga if any of the commissioners would like to tour the site at the same time or any other time, please let us know. I mean, obviously you all have those cool badges and you can tour it whenever you want, but if you'd like us to give you the tour, we're happy to do so. Please let us know, but we will be giving a tour to LPC on the 27th in case that works. The next comment were renderings from all four sides. We will provide those at our next submission. And you had asked about the building height study. Like I said, we will call that out in our submission. There's actually a building height study, an FAR study, and an open space ratio study that are all in the record now. But I think I probably need to improve the narrative to sort of connect those dots and make sure that they're called out, which I will do. Commissioner Otley Brown's comments, why is the previous grant insufficient? Justify the minimum variance. We will supplement the financial analysis with more narrative in the body of the statement. And Jessica will respond to your sort of more specific and technical comments so that I don't perjure myself because I don't understand them. The next question, I think about the stacking plan, Jessica's going to speak to that. Outdoor valuation, Jessica will speak to that. Commissioner Sheta, you had asked about the parking reduction. You are, of course, right to point out that we have 8 more units. We are providing less parking than was approved in 2015. We think this is consistent with vehicle ownership and parking demand in the city. It's certainly consistent with the City of Yes text amendment that was approved by city planning, which would eliminate the parking requirement in this district and other districts. Obviously, that's before city council now. It's possible that the parking reduction looks different when it gets through city council, or perhaps just with respect to this community district. We will monitor that very closely and address it. But to be perfectly frank, there may not even be a waiver necessary after another 6 weeks, because the parking waiver only exists as long as there's a residential parking requirement. If that's no longer required, we obviously don't need the waiver at all. Speaking of waivers, I meant to just sort of point out, in this amendment, the building certainly looks different than the 2015 approval, but we tried very hard to keep the waivers the same, right? And so we are requesting the same waivers. Obviously, the extent of those waivers has changed a little bit, and that is, this is part of my response to Commissioner Chanda's 7221E question, right? Is this the minimum variance? We believe that it is. We will reference the financial analysis further, but the answer is we increase the degree of all of these waivers only to the extent absolutely necessary. And I think the financials bear that out. There is one new waiver. It's for the rear yard beyond 100 feet of Northern Boulevard. That's not actually a new waiver. That's a waiver that should have been here the whole time. It's what we like to call a paper waiver when we're pretending it's not real, right? So this, after the key terms text amendment in 2011, I think, this waiver would have been required because we were now touching 2 streets with the Farrington extension, and therefore the rear yard, the side yard beyond 100 feet became a rear yard, and so we needed a rear yard waiver. Everyone missed that in 2011, and it just has carried forward the many iterations of this project. So that's really more of a cleanup waiver than a new waiver. Sorry, going back now to the questions. Commissioner Sheta, your next question was whether we were going to be reusing the existing foundation elements. We will respond in writing, but the answer is no. We are not reusing the existing foundation elements. Okay, and then Commissioner Yoon, you asked for sort of more of a description of the community facility and retail floor area. We're a little bit early in our process, like we haven't leased anything out, so we don't know for sure who will be tenanting these spaces, we are using the most conservative estimates for our environmental analysis, which is why it's medical offices that has the highest parking count. And so we are counting that as we plan for the project and we assess the environmental impact. Parking is a big concern for the community board, obviously. And so we wanted to be as conservative as we could be in that estimation. We will try to narrow down our uses and our intention with the space and respond in our next submission with any additional information. Pardon me, but I'm just not sure we have it yet. And as to your question about vertical circulation, it's a very tricky building, and Randy was going to Randy's going to walk everybody through that now with the slides, unless any of you have further questions before we go to that slide presentation.
I just want to say that thank you for pointing me out to the drawing number 108. I do see this a detailed section of the bulkhead with the light, and it shows that the top of the observation light is at NAVD 216.84 and the permitted is 217. So there is still little room.
Plenty of
Yes.
room.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we put up the?
Just one other, so I appreciate that. Thank you for the explanation. Is a department store use also the most conservative for parking for retail spaces?
No, the retail is retail. On where the parking store use is on the plans, I think it's only in our seeker, but I'll confirm. But the answer is, by the way, we are not going to have a department store, so we'll update that. We've spoken to the community board. They have asked us to not have a department store. The layout doesn't really work for a department store. This is cellar level retail. It's not that big. So that will not be one of the uses, and we'll update that on our resubmission.
Okay, all right, because in the neighborhood, there's plenty of basement or cellar uses that are food courts or, quite high intensity uses. And so that's why I'm asking the question, just to follow up on the ambulatory.
Sure. Right now it's a placeholder. We're meeting with the community board tomorrow night, and we do actually want to have their input. But we will have this, perhaps not like final, but a more developed scenario for the building when we resubmit to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, turning over to Randy to sort of walk through the building and yeah. You're on mute, Randy.
Commissioners, thank you very much for inviting us to come and speak with you today. And I also want to thank you for the in-depth study you've made of our drawings. Hopefully we have a little bit of more information to clarify some of the issues. I'm just going to play this, and if you could let me know that you do see the presentation full screen at this point.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Thank you. So the project is, as you all are aware, is the old RKO Keith's Cinema at the intersection of Main Street and Northern Boulevard, perhaps the centralmost area of Flushing. And interestingly enough, I knew this theater as a child growing up in Queens, and I was always sort of very impressed by the architectural character of the facade. Interestingly, though, you'll see that the facade is actually a mask that sits in front of the theater house as a whole. And as the original architect planned it, the building was very much decided to relate to the street and to the pedestrian characteristic of the street. And the theater house as a whole, as you can see, was pushed way back, and you almost don't pay attention to it because it was removed very much from the street frontage. The theater interior, the landmark portion of the interior, was an atmospheric theater. It was designed to mimic the Arabian Nights, and I do remember seeing The Godfather here, and it was sort of an appropriate mystique that was generated by the interior. The way the interior looked in 2015, when we took this photo, you could see was in a great deal of disrepair. As we analyzed the theater and prepared documentation for LPC, we recreated in 3D those important characteristics of the theater and the decorative elements. And all of these elements have been removed by Evergreen, who is the restoration contractor for the project, and they have been stored and warehoused and repaired in their facility. They've been all professionally restored. The damaged parts have been repaired and are ready for future installation. I might remind you that the owner has posted a $10 million bond with LPC to guarantee that these elements will be reinstalled in the renovated building. This diagram is helpful in understanding the challenges we have with respect to the uses of the building. It's a large, very, very large site, and we only have one small area where we have a reasonable access to the street frontage. There is access to Farrington Street, but this is a very, very narrow lot that could be used for pedestrian access, but it's not wide enough for vehicular access. So the competing elements on the facade at the street level are an entrance for the residences, entrances for commercial property. We are planning on using the restored theater elements, the foyer, and the entry area to the theater as a restaurant once the area has been restored. We do have a requirement also for community facility entrance on the street frontage as a whole. The theater interior, the landmark portion of the theater interior, sits actually in the heart of the site, and portions of the interior are almost 50 feet tall, including the structure that supports the vault over the space. So we had a great deal of a challenge in determining how to manage all of the different requirements that we have for the site, including a large parking structure. We do have the restaurant that we're thinking of installing here. We have space that is adjacent to the upper portion of the theater, where we only have an area that does not have windows, and the majority of our space, of course, is a residential building. This is a bit helpful in clarifying all of the demands we have for entry from the street, from Northern Boulevard. We have a residential lobby entrance. There is a retail lobby. There is an entrance to the historic landmark, which we're noting and planning to be a restaurant. And there is a community facility entrance. We have a small retail shop, and then we have a driveway for an entrance to a porte cochere. The porte cochere was designed so that all of the queuing that might happen when there is a large amount of cars entering the facility, all of the queuing can happen on the interior, so we're not blocking any of the vehicular traffic on Northern Boulevard. The lower level is mostly related to parking and to incoming utilities, but we do have an area carved out for retail and some of the residential support space for bicycle storage and tenant storage. The second floor of the building and the restaurant is served by these grand stairs. So we are anticipating we'll have private dining rooms on the second floor. And you see the community facility areas really wrap portions of the upper house of the lobby and don't have access to natural light. So the uses we found for them are more related to perhaps medical uses, which do not require any direct access to windows. We now are showing some residences along Northern Boulevard as well. And then as we step up in the building, we still have this very high portion of the landmark interior, again, surrounded by community facility spaces. But in the rear of the building, this is where we are carving in our first inner court. And we have a series of apartments that surround this inner court, all looking to this garden area. As we look at the fourth floor has apartments ringing the garden area, and that's pretty much the system that we're using for this portion of the building, and then we'll adapt it as we rise in height to the Northern Boulevard side. We do have a residential amenity space on the fourth floor as well. So this is where we would have the support amenities, but there is a staircase that we've developed that then takes us to the fifth floor residential amenity space and access to an exterior garden. The reason we took this, the shape of the building has changed is because we wanted to control the access to light and air. And when we carved out these large interior spaces for gardens, and the inner court on both sides of the building, we now have control over the light and air. These are two very large walls along the property, and our intention is that these are walls that will be developed as a rain screen, a glass rain screen, so it'll appear as a curtain wall, and we have the ability and are planning to have 10% of this facade will be activated with windows. So I think it'll be a very handsome experience to walk down these corridors and have access to windows looking out to the rest of Flushing. The Department of Buildings limits the number of windows we can have on the property line to 10%. So we are planning on fully utilizing as much access to natural light as possible. And this just illustrates an example, as you can see here, of the type of rain screen that we're anticipating using. It's a glass rain screen. Please don't pay attention to the colors, but just to the concept of having the punched windows located within the rain screen on those east and west facing walls. The building is rather predictable as it steps up, and it's repetitious with respect to the unit layout there. And as we reach the upper portions of the buildings, we do have setbacks and terraces available to the residents. And then lastly, our roof plan. We're not planning on using the roof as an amenity space because we have a great deal of mechanical equipment to service all the different uses in the building as a whole. As I had mentioned, the facade that everyone focuses on was the original facade for RKO Keith's, which was very decorative in nature and had characteristics that were also atmospheric in nature. And our idea was to use the original facade as and to replicate it with the modern uses that you see here. If this were not at this intersection of Northern Boulevard and Main Street, for me, it would feel like there's a missing tooth. This, in my mind, has been there as long as I've been alive, and unfortunately, it's gone now. But our idea is to replicate it so that you have the same signature on the street that we had when the theater was active. It's important that we wanted to activate the sidewalk, and we're able to do that with restaurants, the entrance to retail, as well as community facility and facade as well. And this is just an overall rendering of the building. And what I've done is I've supplemented this with a bit of additional information. You can see that though this is not fully rendered, and we plan to get back to you with a full rendering of the east and west facades, the intention is to use a glass rain screen, which will appear as a curtain wall, but we will also use along the corridors punched window openings that will allow people or residents of the building to have a lighted corridor, look out again towards the north, to the east and west sides of Flushing, but at the same time from the exterior, it'll appear as if this is a primary wall as opposed to a secondary wall. The characteristics for the upper portion of the building is we'd like to use a decorative concrete facade. It's something we've pioneered as an office, as an architectural office. This is we would like to refer to it as Béton Brut, and this is a photograph of another project we designed, similar in character. It's the Beekman Hotel and the restaurants at Beekman near City Hall. We are anticipating using a cast limestone facade for the base of the building, along with bronze window mullions, insets of marble, and tinted bronze glass. The upper portion, the residential portion of the building, we are anticipating using a gray solar glass, so that one of you noted earlier in your comments that this was a blue glass. Our intention is actually this is a gray glass, but what you're seeing it rendered here is reflective of the blue sky. This rendering gives you an idea of how it relates to the street, and also our intention is at street level that the main focus will be the decorative facade that is replicated, and the upper portion of the building steps away from that facade, and it appears as if it's a different building, as in fact the original movie theater house did originally. With that, perhaps I should turn it over to David if you'd like to get into the more details, or if you have any questions.
Wait, Randy, can you speak to Commissioner China's initial question about the window wall condition on the corner units, or do we need to respond in writing?
Those are in this location. Let's go back to the plan. So I believe the question referred to the notches that we have in this location. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the way we've planned it is it's always an interesting challenge to plan interior spaces for residential buildings. So we've developed a technique where we actually use a notch that we create in the building. And so if you look at this unit 17G, our light and air is in this area here. We're going to use a spandrel glass in this location. And then for this unit 17F, our light and air is taken from this facade, which looks directly out into the garden inner court. And this bedroom also looks out into this direction. In 17E, this is spandrel glass here, and our legal light and air window is in this location.
Is that adequate, that window for that, the last that you showed?
This one here, yes, we do meet the legal light and air requirements. The way we have to calculate the size of the window, and it's based on the size of the room that it services. And so as we plan this is large enough to meet that requirement.
Okay.
Plus, we're anticipating using a window wall, and the window wall does extend from ceiling to floor. So that's not a punched window.
Thank you.
Of course. David, can you help me with any other questions that might be outstanding at this point that you might want to review?
Actually, I do have a question going back, Randy. Where would those punched windows be on this plan?
The punch windows will be along the corridor, as you see over here. We do have one area, which is the shear wall, but we are interrupting the shear wall for one window in this location and one window in this location, so that as you walk down the corridor, you have direct access to light. This is, I like to refer to this as the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And then we will have 10% of windows in this location and this location on each of the facades, so that as residents are walking along the corridor, they will have a series of windows that will bring natural light into the corridor.
Okay. I look forward to seeing the detailed rendering.
Yes, we'll prepare that, Commissioner. Thank you.
This is helpful.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Stecker, did you have a question for the plans?
Yeah, it's not a question. It's a comment regarding the light. I appreciate that the detail that's shown in BSA 108 is there. However, I do believe that the two lights, if I'm not mistaken, that there are two proposed lights to be installed. If you can show them on the elevation just to avoid confusion,
Sure.
that would be helpful, and it would be consistent at BSC when it comes to this kind of like special permit. So I was just looking at the elevation drawing. I believe this is, give me 1 second. I'll give you the drawing ID. This is BSA 300.
Mhm.
And I believe 301 maybe. The two elevations. Just show I hate to look at the two elevations and don't
Got it.
see the lights shown on the bulkheads. If someone looks at that, if I'm looking at these drawings and I'm lucky, I would look at BSA 108 and catch that detail. That's a tiny detail at the corner. But if I'm not lucky and I look at the elevations, I can miss the two lights. So just show them there. And
Yes, of course, Commissioner
Yeah.
Shadow will do that.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Commissioner, for pointing that out. Yeah, that is a general standard that we do apply. Thank you.
Absolutely. Unless there are other questions, I think Jessica was going to respond to some of Commissioner Otley Brown's points. If that's okay to move on to that.
Hey,
Yay.
hi, good afternoon. This is Jessica Corris from Capilino here on behalf of the applicant. We were in attendance at the review session earlier today and did hear the comments. And I'll quickly go through what I heard and plan on submitting in writing later. So any plan changes, mislabelings to unit sizes, it sounds like there was some clarification on the light and air, so that won't be changing, but any changes that come out of Randy's office on the plans will be taken into account. We'll of course respond to the chair's question on the sales period and its impact on the financial viability between the 2015 and 2024 and explain all that in writing. And then of course we'll straighten out the comparison of the 2015 approval, making sure all the assumptions in terms of development costs and income are addressed and submitted side by side. Moving on to the stacking plan, I commend you on the careful review because that PDF is not easy to read. There are a lot of units. And I'm impressed that you caught that. I was going back to my May 24 submission. The 3-bedroom comps do come in just a tiny bit lower on an adjusted average sales price. But then as an overall in the building, the average comes out higher. So even though that one floor, the 3 bedrooms might have dropped in comparison to the 1 bedrooms, overall, the 3 bedrooms in the building are selling for a higher average than the 1 bedrooms.
Right, but the reason why I want you to pay attention to the stacking plan is if you look at the 3 bedrooms, and it's on the higher floors where it's noticeable, where they're next to 1 bedrooms, they are about $150 a square foot lower. And you do have outdoor space for those apartments, the 3 bedroom apartments, but you don't show your work in terms of indoor and outdoor space to me to be able to say, oh, this makes sense, or this looks like this is probably how these different apartments will sell. So that's why I wanted you to break it down, sales price for outdoor space, sales price for indoor space. Then I can look at it along with the square footages, look at it alongside the 1 bedrooms that are on the same floor and make sure at least that it makes sense.
I understand. Okay. Yeah, that was the next comment I was going to address, the adding the columns to show you the work on the outdoor space, and that's no problem.
When you break it down, it'll probably make a little bit more sense.
Probably. That's great. I appreciate it. And so, yeah, of course, we'll assemble all this in a tidy letter and submit according to the staff's direction on date. So no problem.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, and thank you for your very thorough review and response to our comments. Ms. Benke, yes?
Hi, I just wanted to state that there was a revised tech memo submitted and we issued a few more comments. Once those are reviewed, received and responded to, we'll discuss internally what reviews are needed, but as discussed, the LPC is aware of this application. And also in the tech memo, there was a parking accumulation study that showed demand for the site with the restaurant use is 185 spaces, the peak demand. So that is in there. It's on page 5,318. So you might not have seen it. So.
I wonder why I never saw it.
Just wanted to call it out.
Basically, we've responded to the tech memo questions that you sent. Is it okay for us to send that back to you now before our next submission date? Can we get it in this week?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
If there aren't any questions or comments, let's go to the public then.
So the case we're currently discussing is 15603BZ and 12715BZ, 13535 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to participate in testimony, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, you can raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How much time do you think you would need?
Well, we won't have the LPC certificate of appropriateness or the Port Authority concurrence letters until I think December. So looking ahead at the board's calendar and wanting to make sure, sorry, to answer your question, we need very little time to respond, but we can't make a fulsome response with LPC approval and Port Authority letter until the end of December. And so rather than, as much as I enjoy this, rather than come back twice, I thought we would wait until the January hearing date, if it's available, in order to get you sort of everything, to get the board everything that is required.
We will get back to you. Our January calendar is filling up, so we will definitely. Do you have any preference? First one or the second one?
Our preference is really whatever is best for the board. We're certainly happy to take the second one if that's better. It would be great to get in January, but whatever works for the board, we'll accommodate.
We'll get back to you on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your participation. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
We're almost time. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, no one has raised a hand, so Colden.
Yeah, nobody raised their hand. Okay. All right, next case, please. Thank you.
Item number 14-785 BZ, 97-38 99th Street, Queens.
This would be Elise. You already in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Also Karthi should be joining. He's the architect.
Okay.
Carthen Shanmugam.
Yeah, and Shanmugam.
Thank you.
Occasionally I can come in. Show off, yes.
Karthi, put on your audio and video if you can. Oh, he's struggling.
It's like John Smith.
Yes. Can you unmute and put your video on, sir? Yes. Sir? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Do it without him, but I'd rather him be here.
Mr. Shanmugam, you have to turn your video on.
I texted him. Maybe he went off. Maybe he's trying to get back on.
I thought I saw him.
I did too. I think he's.
I saw him in, but then I saw him leave. Maybe he was struggling and maybe he's trying to get back in. Oh, I see him again. There he is.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with Karthi. He is the architect for this project. We appreciate your comments. We listened. I'm going to start with the amendment. Since we're already filing for an amendment, if the board is open to 6 p.m., we would prefer a 6 p.m. closing rather than a 5 p.m. closing. If that is something that can be considered.
What are the other amendments? Oh, okay.
Oh, and then the other amendment you talked about was the banner. I would like to confirm with the client told us many times that he can have no signage, he can remove the banner, but I think that since we don't have any signage and it would still meet the C1 regulations, that I want to ask him again if he would like to keep the banner.
At least we can remove the.
Well, yeah, you said you can remove it, but I'm saying that if I'd like to just confirm that he really, really wants to move the banner, if we'll still need.
Would be, you're going to consider a signage. Banners are not the best because they do tear and they become an eyesore. So if you want to have a signage that is per required and that is more fixed to the wall and the than to a fence. It's just going to keep flopping and flipping.
We'll remove the banner, but I'd like to just confirm, make like one last time rather than just taking away the right to have signage, that he is sure he doesn't want anybody. He said, no problem, take the banner. Like, we don't need any signage.
Okay, just think that through and propose something that is.
Yeah, because we can always just show the area, right? As long as it complies with C1 signage regulations. Okay, so those are the amendment questions. We're happy to take more photos of the interior site condition and show that it's clean. And then I checked the ECB violation. It is paid, but the one that is open is for a C of O. So we can't resolve, even though it's paid, we can't correct it until we get board approval.
Just going back to the interior sign, sorry, the interior photos. The reason I wanted to see the interior photos because of the compliance with regards to the rear wall and the fence condition adjoining the residential building. That was one of the conditions. So
okay, so we'll also make sure that they're in good condition.
Of course, yes, that's really what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarity on that. And then the directory, so we did a historic use, continuous use study. The problem is that this owner bought the property very recently, so doesn't have that history. So we hired Urban Cartographics to do a continuous use study. And we recognize that it is all over the place because it was really, really hard to find all the proofs from since. And oh, I should also say that I established continuous use from the end of the last term, which would be 2002, would be the end of the last term. So if it's a little scattery, we are more than happy to go and try to get that Coles, you said, directory, but I have struggled, just going to be honest, I've struggled in the past to find that. So if someone could send me the website, that would be really appreciated, and we'll try to fill in those gaps.
All right, to be honest, I don't know the website. We used to have them in our office back at the Department of Finance in the 80s. So
yeah,
they're there in hardcover somewhere.
Yeah, that's why we hired Urban Cartographics, who's also struggled to find those. So I want to do it. What?
Have they tried the library?
I can ask them and give it a try. It's just yeah, we are working our hardest to find you a full continuous use. And we recognize that that was something that you would be looking for.
And might there be a way for you to get any city agency utility bills that might be in a record that isn't solely to be accessed by the previous property owner? Like it might be a record that you might be able to get a printout of, or something that shows usage and shows payment.
I don't know our connections anymore with the fire department, sadly, but once the chief inspector Daly helped me out and he sent me fire department records once. I don't know if there's someone you can help us put in touch with. Maybe we could get fire department records or something.
Or maybe DEP, environmental protection for water and sewer. Maybe should we reach out to the DEP for water bills?
But I guess all I'm saying is if the BSA has any ideas about who the appropriate people to contact would be, Chief Daly helped us in the past with this crazy problem.
We will try.
We'll try too. I just, it's tricky.
We will look into it and we will do our best also.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put the onus on you. I just know it's really, really, really tricky. And then can I share the plans lastly so we can clarify what you're looking for from elevations and sections? Sure. Thank you.
I think the main thing is in the elevation section, I saw the structure over the parking area still being shown, and that really should not be in the proposed because you're planning to remove it.
Okay. So
that's not consistent with what we are talking.
So here, this, right?
There's an existing plan, that's fine.
Because we did existing and proposed, but so do you want like separate sheets maybe?
So we do show the existing and proposed. Existing has a roof and proposed no roof. That's the correction that we made.
Okay. When was this correction submitted? Because I didn't see that.
We responded to the notice of comments. I will check submissions.
I probably then didn't see that revised drawings.
Okay, no problem. We responded on, sorry, it was a little bit ago.
A couple months ago, I guess.
not a couple, it's a couple of weeks ago, not a couple.
A couple weeks.
Submitted
Um,
10 I see.
1023.
Yeah, okay, 10, 20, okay, let me look at this set.
It also had, but you didn't bring it up, the negative declaration was, Emmanuel helped us find that, so that was a missing item that we found.
Yeah, I think. So I'm looking at, unless, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at which page? So I'm looking at page 4.
Okay.
And in the page 4, okay, so there's existing open car parking. I see, okay. Wood, okay, all right. So what is the total height of the fence, including the top, the roll down? Because it shows 6 foot high. That's not the height of the roll down gate, is it? That's the height of the wall, maybe?
Is there a page, Karthi, that would be helpful to share?
I'm looking at page 4, front elevation.
The section view. There's a next page, I think, this should
There
show.
isn't an- oh, this is page.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, this one should show.
Okay. So what's that 6 foot high? That's the height of the gate?
It's the height of the gate, yes.
Okay. So can you indicate the height of the wall between on the lot line?
Yep. Sure.
And what will be the total height of with the gate?
Okay. Yeah, we'll add those dimensions.
Okay, yeah, I did not see this plan. I was looking at an older plan.
Okay, no problem. Glad we all clarified that. Okay, and I think those are all the questions.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 700-85BZ, 9738 99th Street, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted, you'll press star nine to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How much time do you need to make these corrections?
I think pretty fast. The only thing is that we have to, depending on who we can get in contact with, the continuous use is something that, if we find the yellow pages, then that should be quick. But if we can't, then we'll have to keep looking for other sources.
I will, well, why don't you talk to our project manager? But December looks,
I don't know if this is just a question, but you can say no, but is it possible to close and then put it out so we can get that material to you? So like, instead of putting, because December's packed, get it. That's something you feel comfortable.
is the board okay with it? Because they'll be requesting 2 additional amendments. One would be the amendment for signage and the amendment for the change in the, which would be extending the hour by 1 hour closing time. Is the board, without viewing the statement of facts and findings, would it be okay? We're okay with that. Board is feeling very generous today.
Thank you, appreciate that. But then this way, if you want to put us out a little bit further, because your December is really packed, and I heard your beginning of January is packed, we are willing to.
Please, I mean, we can, I think January 6th seems doable for this case. So if
Okay.
you aim for January 6th, do so.
Okay, so
Would say in your statement of facts and findings, provide very clear explanation of the amendment, and I think there'll be a separate, will there be a separate fee associated with an amendment? So
we paid an amendment fee already?
you did?
Yeah, it says
Yeah,
an amendment.
because this was,
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah,
So,
because that's the only way we could file this, because it was so old.
right. Oh, yes, that's right. I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. So,
Yeah.
yeah, yes, so in your statement of facts and finding, please clarify that you're requesting these extension and make sure that in the, any of the conditions, there was not, that would have prevented you, and if you are proposing that, justify why you need it.
Okay, thank you. No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity.
It only happened once in a year.
Thank you so much. Chair.
We have a very good board. I'm just being, I'm joking. Motion to close?
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you. May I also ask another favor that hopefully I want the owner to be on for the next application. So if it's possible to call Rockaway before it, he had a call at 2:30 that's supposed to end at 2:45.
Excuse me, for the BZY?
Rockaway
For-
is the
Oh, for
zoning
Rockaway?
calendar.
Okay.
Like I'm saying, can we skip me, go to me, and then go back to me? Because the A case, the vesting case, I would like the,
She's requesting that dash 55 dash BZ be called before. Is that okay?
You want to do it now?
Yeah.
Okay, item, the BZ calendar, 2023-55 BZ 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
I'm supposed to have a Andrew Stewart with me if he's there.
Hand is up.
Yep.
Okay.
The AC.
AC is not working.
They turned it over until 15.
Can we,
Yeah.
just let's take a 10-minute, because this room is really hot. We don't
No
have
problem.
the 10 minutes break so that we can just get a little bit of a aqua refresher.
Perfect, no problem. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Yeah, sorry.
The computer machine. The air is coming out here.
But it's.
I know, but the air conditioner is not on because it's not required anymore. I know.
Circulating.
You have the thing on. Did you freeze it? Jella, did you freeze it? Thank you. Thank you, Jella. What? Can I wear shorts?
All right,
Okay, we're
sorry.
back in the record.
To add, but Andy, there's also Nick from High Point, would also like to be added.
Fushimi?
Yes.
Fushimi, sorry.
We should
Is it-
ask him how to pronounce his last name. I always botch people.
Buscemi. Steve Buscemi.
Buscemi.
These fellows?
Oh, yeah.
Buscemi.
Like the actor, probably.
Buscemi.
Hi, Nick.
Nicholas, pronounce your last name?
It's Buscemi,
Okay, like the actor, right?
like the actor.
Okay, let's go. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your statement before this board, and to respond honestly to board member, in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. Thank you so much for your comments. I'm here with Andy and Nick, who we discussed some concerns about that bollard location, and because they designed the site, I'm going to turn to them. Thank you.
Yes, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe what you were looking for, requesting were bollards along the curb line to prevent where that curved striping is by parking stall number 7, to prevent vehicles from jumping the curb and entering the adjacent parking lot. I was a little confused by why you were asking for bollards there. There is a 6-inch curb and a fence that's going in. And at the stall itself, in the landscape area, there's a U-bollard because the tank vents will be there. So there'll be a bollard at the stall in that landscape area for stall 7 there.
So, actually, can you walk me through the drawings?
So from my understanding, you were asking for bollards by that stall 7, by the trash enclosure. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
So if it's for protection of the adjacent parking lot property to the south, there is a 6-inch curb there. There is the proposed fence along the property line, and at the head of the stall within the landscape area there itself, there's actually there is a U-bollard that's to be installed to protect the tank vents that'll be in that area. So I'm not sure what else you're requesting or the reasoning for it. I just asked for that clarification.
Really, if you go to the maneuverability plan, when the when the vehicles are making that vehicle that at the frontmost pump, in order to exit onto 158th Street, we'll have to turn a little bit in and then out the right.
Right.
Here is most likely they're going to cut straight through, and that may cause more of a block the it may affect with the vehicle that is parked there, or somebody's trying to park there just temporarily saying, oh, I'm just going to go pick up something. So for that reason, this is to ensure that the flow of the traffic, by putting that bollard there, it's to ensure that the flow of the traffic is exactly the way it is drawn. It's really this. The hardscape doesn't make sense in that area. It's just it's not going to be maintained, and it's going to be more of an encumbrance.
So it's bollards.
It's really a bollard. Yeah, it's really just a bollard along the curvature, just like even if you put 1 or 2 of them, this is to more prevent that vehicle trying to make a more of a sharp cut through to get exit.
So if I may, so again, Nicholas Buscemi from High Point Engineering. So I understand what you're asking now. So there's 2 things. So the first part is this is an employee stall only. So this will only be parked by employees, if anybody. The other thing is to add a bollard. I don't like the idea of creating an additional impedance in an area where somebody can actually hit it. Somebody will see a car much clearer if there is a car parked there than they would see a bollard. that maneuver is gonna have to be made if there's a stall there, whether there's a bollard or not. So I don't see the help that the bollard would, I don't think it would serve the purpose that you'd want it to, I guess is the best way to explain it. I understand what you're saying, but I just don't think it's gonna act as a deterrent better than a car that is parked there would.
There is a parking space here.
It's actually a parking
That is a
space.
parking space, and that is going to be the employee parking space. Again.
Either.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying is that if a car is parked there, but that is assuming a car is going to be parked there all the time. And that will be a preventative measure for somebody to not having to take that sharp turn. And this is a 24/7 operation. I remain concerned on that one. And because if that's the case, it can block that vehicle can block another car from parking there. And if somebody says, oh, I just quickly want to just wait there and pick up something, you end up creating a blockage of vehicle, especially a truck that is trying to enter from Rockaway to fill the gas. And so I'm
Interestingly enough, sorry to cut you off, but I think it is important. Interestingly enough, you did just bring up the tanker truck. So Elise, can you just pull up the truck plan if possible?
Which, up or down? Sorry.
I believe it's the last page of the, nope, maybe the second to last plan?
Yeah, it's close to the end.
Yeah.
There it is.
So again, if the truck is pulling in, if the tanker truck is pulling in, again, this would be worked out directly with the employee within the store, so they will know to move their truck to be able to make this accessible. Again, I just don't like the idea of creating extra choking points on the site if we don't need it. So that truck maneuver is tight, and again, you can see it does impede into the employee stall, which is why it's labeled specifically an employee stall, because the employee can then come out, remove his car while the fill is occurring, and then park back into the spot after. So again, with just all of the different kind of points, and especially it being a closing point there between the stall and the lowest, most bottom right pump, I just don't, creating an extra choking point for somebody to brush up against, it just, it's not ideal.
Well, I think you need to just make sure that there at no point these vehicles that are exiting are going to block any of these other parking spaces and such, and you need to monitor that.
Understood.
Nicholas.
Yeah, I mean, it could be monitored if there's an issue that we see, the operator, Melissa, I'm on a call, I'm sorry. If there is an issue, the operator will obviously want to make an adjustment. His goal is to try to get cars onto and off of the site as quickly and as safely as possible. They're not in the business of getting accidents on their site. It doesn't do anybody justice, or make anybody money for that matter. So.
Actually, one thing I want to make sure, the entrance to this site is only from Rockaway Boulevard and not from 150th Street, right?
That is correct, I believe.
I think they allow for a right turn in on 150th Street, which is
It's
just
right in, right out, Andy, correct?
correct, because there's the dividers down the middle of the lanes in 150th.
Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
You can make a right turn from 150th and then How will you exit? You'll make a U-turn and exit out on 150th again or Rockaway Boulevard?
Yeah, you can enter the site via 150th, and then you can go either to the outside where Elise's thing is, make a right out, or you can make a U-turn and follow it back out to 150th.
Yes, DOT was okay with that. I actually didn't realize there is a right. I thought all the entrance was from Rockaway Boulevard.
DOT signed off and we amended the plans to have their language that was requested. Here at the notes.
So the westernmost curb cut is the entrance only?
The westernmost on Rockaway is full access. The easternmost is right turn in, right turn out on Rockaway. And then same on 150th, right turn in, right turn out. Which was approved by DOT.
In between, which doesn't allow you to make a left turn onto westbound Rockaway on westbound traffic going on Rockaway Boulevard.
No westbound traffic.
Right. So
will be made into the site.
in on from Rockaway has to continue eastbound.
Correct.
Or right on 150th. So, okay, so do you have signs? Has DOT required you to have a sign that says no left turn on Rockaway Boulevard?
I mean, the dividers will be there, so that's the physical barrier that won't allow.
We do have, Nick, if on the site plan, there are no left turn signs proposed at that easternmost driveway and also at 150th Street driveway.
So you need to provide another no left turn sign for the westernmost curb cut. I understand the easternmost you may not be because you will have all the bollards in place and that will prevent you. But you need to have a no left turn sign
Well,
for
if
the
I
western
may,
curb cut.
DOT did approve that western, while it's likely that they will be
DOT
making a
approved it.
left.
Okay, Mr. Stewart, I
approve it as a-
approved it, and I am sure DOT was not considering a left turn exit from this side to go westbound for vehicles going westbound. Show me the analysis that DOT did that review.
It's in their approval. They
No,
approved that driveway as a
did-
full movement driveway.
But did DOT review a traffic plan where it showed vehicles were going westbound exiting from this site?
They just reviewed our BSA plans. If they did an internal review, they did not share it with us.
Okay, I am extremely uncomfortable about that left turn lane because that curb there very clearly indicates that you cannot, that's a yellow median in the middle, which means you just cannot make a left turn. And I'm not sure that was the intent of DOT. I'd be more.
I mean,
But the DOT review contemplates one right turn in and one right turn out from Rockaway, which appears to be that the westernmost curb cut on Rockaway should be an ingress only curb cut, and the easternmost curb cut on Rockaway should be an egress only curb cut.
Okay, so that is even more.
Yeah, so I mean, that's fine. That's what we'll adhere to. I agree. And the way the site, circulates, Andy, I agree. I think the right in, right out is kind of the understanding and kind of the way that the site flows.
That's fine. I mean, I agree that's how it flows.
So if that's the way DOT approval is read, we have no issue meeting that. That's the perfectly fine solution.
So in that case, please do provide a signage on the westernmost curb cut saying no exit.
Okay.
And on the right, and the easternmost curb cut on Rockaway, just indicate right turn only. And same thing for the 150th Street, right turn only.
Is no left turn okay, or would you prefer the right turn only? Because the no left turn is just what DOT approved, but I can change it if it's
Fine, the left turn is fine too. No
Okay,
left-
I just don't want to deviate too much from what DOT already saw.
I'm just going to read from the DOT letter from October 21st. Access to the site will be through one full movement and one right in, right out driveway along Rockaway Boulevard and one right in, right out driveway along 150th.
Either way, Andy, I don't think it's a big deal for us to sign as Chairperson Shonda said.
Okay.
An extra layer, that's signage is not an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just belts and suspenders. So whatever signage you put, whether it says no left turn or only right turn, is consistent with what DOT is asking.
That's fine.
Okay.
Now that'll just be a condition of the approval, or we won't need to reappear?
Yeah, please do revise I do want the drawings to reflect it so that future board members know why those signs were there.
Okay,
Okay.
not a problem.
Okay, I don't think there was any other questions.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
No.
Any other question? If not, we'll go to the public. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2023-55 BZ 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600. And the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Just for Ms. Fullader, looking more closely at the Department of Transportation letter, it does seem that DOT contemplated the westernmost curb cut to be a full movement in, out, left, right curb cut. So staff will work offline with the applicant team to determine appropriate maneuverability for this site in coordination with the DOT review.
So are you saying that we need to go back to DOT?
No,
No, okay.
ESA staff will work with you.
That's surprising. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, so.
Okay, we will follow up with DOT. I'm a little surprised myself. Okay. Interesting.
I guess then my next question is, you have to hold off on any closures because you have to follow up with DOT?
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
It's part of the finding, so yeah, I apologize.
Did we already go to the public?
Yeah, we did go to
Yeah.
the public.
Yes.
We will
called
try
everybody
to
raising hands.
resolve this as soon as possible and try to put it on our schedule as soon as possible. Okay?
Yeah.
Again, my apologies on this one. I think we need to just get a clarification from DOT on this, and then once we have it resolved, we'll put this on a calendar as quickly as possible before the end of this year, and hopefully we can get this going. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Appeals calendar, item number 15, 2022 7 BZY, volume 2, 3875 11th Street, Queens. It's Elise Fuller there.
Yeah, and I just texted a Stuart. I don't know if he is on yet. Do you see a Stuart or not yet?
All right, this is an appeals case, so you don't have to be sworn in. So whenever Mr. Letter is, oh, there he is.
Hi.
Okay. Okay, state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Hi, thank
My
you.
name-
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
so
go
much.
ahead.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with Stuart. He's a representative of the property. So we will get to your questions. I think I'm going to first answer. Commissioner Brown asked about the total costs. I can share the breakdown with you, but yes, that did include property costs. There was like a cost breakdown where it showed that the 18 million part of it was the property. And I can re-share that in a submission.
Elise, if I may, in going
Okay.
over the last numbers that you had,
Mhm.
our current number is about 24.7 million, because it includes $6.1 million in carrying cost, which is really a huge cost of any project, and I don't think that was there earlier. So
Because those costs reflected up to that December 2021.
okay, because I didn't see a number anywhere near that magnitude in the last.
So the property acquisition costs have to come out.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
The property acquisition costs have to come out.
I understand.
The property
Right.
acquisition cost must be removed from the chart.
Right, but we have at least $12 million in cost above and beyond the property acquisition.
Right. So then submit, I guess, an Excel spreadsheet of those additional costs that you're claiming, because right now we just have
Mhm.
5 million remaining after the acquisition costs come out.
No, there's much more.
It's a significant amount, so you can make the findings just based on that. So it's not like we're fighting
Oh,
you
no.
on, just trying to clean it up for the resolution, basically. Because
Right.
it still amounts to like 20% of your overall construction budget. So it's fine.
No
Right,
problem.
respectfully, if we may amend it, I'd like to show the full amount that we have in there, because I believe it's about twice as much above the cost of the land.
We can submit, and we
Okay.
can show dates of when, as of what dates, because,
Okay.
and show what from the last time you got you already got one extension of time. So we can
Right.
show what has been the cost since that period of time in a submission.
Very good.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
just take out the acquisition costs and we're fine.
No
That-
problem.
Very good.
We understand and we sympathize with the fact that, yes, you did pay acquisition costs. It's just for the sake of the findings. We want to keep it clean. That's all.
We understand.
And then next, this is going to be with the next case too, but I have Stuart here to explain kind of the history of how he's been trying to achieve funding. He's here to show you that in good faith, he really, really wants to finish this hotel. That's the intent. So he can tell you a little bit about his plans. We filed the next case, and I'm sorry, I have to talk about it because of the history, because we don't expect to be able to finish by the end of 2024, because that's now, and we do need more time. So we filed the common law vesting in order to obtain more time. So Stuart, if I could turn to you to just give a little bit of background
Sure.
and tell them where you're at.
This project was derailed by COVID, and it being a hotel, the whole sector of, the real estate market, hotels, I'm sure everybody here knows, became terribly disfavored because of the bad experience that hotels had during COVID, which meant that lenders were fleeing and the ability to start up the project again became a challenge. So after COVID, we as a company have a portfolio, all of which was impacted by COVID. And so we had to put the pieces together for an entire portfolio. To do that, we had to invest heavily in a number of things. I say this because I heard talk about abandonment, and far from abandonment, we have fed our portfolio beyond what I think would be the norm. We have a large multifamily project that in the past 14 months, we've put over $50 million of investor capital in. We also liquidated a property that we own on, I'm looking for the article, on 137-31 45th Avenue in Flushing. And it's a matter of public record. We sold it to the SCA for the construction of a school. And we're waiting for those funds to disperse. But in terms of where is the money coming from, since at the moment, we're not going to hold out for additional debt. Our existing lender will stay in place if we show them a plan to get the construction completed. And so we won't have to replace them. All we'll have to do is capitalize the balance of the project using equity, which isn't a small sum of money, but it's under, we think, $20 million. And the transaction, again, a matter of public record, and it's in the press if you Google it, we received over $82 million for that sale. So we're waiting for the funds to disperse from that closing, and it will more than take care of this. So I think we can demonstrate that we'll be in a position to complete this project using equity.
So
This is more for the next question.
what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Commissioner.
Timeline. This is really for the next case, but
I mean, that's the reason we would be willing to withdraw this, depending on procedurally what you want to do. We would be willing to withdraw this case and just ask for the next case, depending on what the board feels is appropriate.
I recommend holding it on the calendar for now, and then so when we get through the next case, you can withdraw it.
Yeah.
okay.
Do we want to go to the public?
Let's go to the public. Any other questions? Let's go to the public then.
The case we're currently discussing is 2022 7BZY Volume 2, 3875 11th Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate also, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to provide testimony.
How much time, Ms. Fuller, do you need to make all these corrections?
Yes, I think it very much depends on the next case, because if you'd like me to withdraw it, then nothing other than a withdrawal letter.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, done. Okay, item number 16, 2024, 46A, 3875 11th Street, Queens. Please state your name for the record. You don't have to be sworn in. It's an appeals case. Please state your record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palanic PC. I'm here with Stuart, a representative from ownership of the hotel. Thank you so much for your comments. Similar situation to before, we can provide a letter that explains where we are with the situation. And I guess our question to discuss here is, there was a discussion about serious loss and how to show it. So I think we just wanted to clarify exactly what you would need to see from serious loss. Would you want us to show the price of demolishing the building? Would we take it a step further? I know it's kind of just an exercise, but we want to have a conversation about what you want to see here.
So serious loss is what you've expended already that cannot be reused in any way, shape, or form. So I would say your cost to design the project, that now the project that would have to be demolished or partially demolished, those costs that would have to be partially demolished, that's what you lost. Your demolition costs aren't a loss because you didn't expend any demolition costs in pursuit of this project.
Because Stuart, this, but we don't feel that we can reuse this building at all. But Stuart, I can let you speak.
Elise, if I may on that,
wait,
if I may on that point.
Wait, one more. Let me just say, so if you cannot reuse this building at all, then everything you've expended to date to put this building up is a loss because it's useless. So if you spent $13 million, not your acquisition costs, and you can't use any of the 13 million you spent, then you give us a narrative that shows us why you can't reuse anything that you've already spent, and that's your loss. But costs that you haven't expended yet, you can't claim as a loss because you didn't expend it yet. So your loss is in what you've already expended. Now, when you talk about income, you can talk about a potential loss of income, but I'm talking about your demolition costs, you didn't expend them yet. So you can't claim that as a loss, but you could claim the entire project as a loss if that's what it is. There are cases where it is. I don't know whether we'll accept that because you might be able to have something else here that could use the building, but maybe all the partitions would be gone and maybe they would have, whatever engineering or architectural costs went into designing a hotel that you have no longer have a hotel, all that is a loss. Your new architectural and engineering costs for an office, let's say, are not a loss. That would just cost, and you can then express the infeasibility in a different way, as in net loss in terms of value.
If I may anticipate the alternative use question, I won't try to get into it exhaustively here because frankly, I don't even have the evidence from our architects yet, but we've explored other uses for this just as a what if. And first of all, in today's market, offices are not viable in virtually any location, much less this one. So the market wouldn't permit us to build offices. And even if it did, the column spacing, the halls, the size of the core of the building, the number of elevators, inappropriate for office. Likewise, this is a very special, not just a hotel, but a very special hotel. It's a yotel, which is an unusually small room, and therefore it even further narrows the number of potential uses that we could have for this superstructure because of the special type of hotel that it is. Very small hotel rooms. It's a brand that's been very successful in producing a very cost-effective hotel.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Commissioner.
Sorry, someone's speaking and I can't hear.
Yeah, I can see her speaking. I just can't hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
And
yeah.
yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not debating with you. We just want to see that in the submission. And that's where we're at.
You can express that as a loss in market value, as in,
Or
yeah, as in a hotel is worth, let's say, $100 million. And we can build an office building out of that, but it won't lease. So it's value, because if we capitalize the diminished income into value, the difference between the hotel value and the remaining value that's an office building that isn't leasing up, that's your loss in value. You can express it that way.
Okay, we understand.
So, and as I said, we're sympathetic. It just, you have to make the findings so we can have this nice and clean and wrapped up tight.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ms. Matias and I have a little example that we had compiled over
what I was
years
suggest-
that we
yeah.
could pass for you to see.
Yeah.
Thank you. That would be helpful, because I think putting the valuation on this can be a little tricky.
I think also as part of this, I want the statement to talk about the violations and why in any way or shape all of this is not adding up to being an abandonment.
Okay, no problem. And I forgot to add, because I'm going to add now, that Stewart has hired an ECB attorney to take care of the violations already. I don't know that we have a date yet scheduled, but I will confirm that before our next submission to resolve these issues. But he has hired someone to deal with the ECB violations.
Yes, we are committed to resolving those violations as quickly as possible.
Okay.
And then last, I just wanted to tell you that on this case, not the one before, I went back to the community board. I met with them on October 15th. And I don't know if you got it, but I got, like, yesterday afternoon, I got a letter that they issued that they said they were going to send out. And it's pretty long, so I don't want to read it on the record, but I will resubmit that. And that is their opinion. They didn't really vote either way. They kind of just said all of their concerns.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to the public then.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2024 46A 3875 11th Street, Queens. Should you wish to provide testimony, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to provide testimony.
So I think it is safe to say you probably will have to keep both of these applications on for now. Until we can come to a better clarification on the second part of this application. And we'll schedule both of them at the same time.
Same time.
Yeah.
Did I ask you how much time it will take for you to?
No, and unless Stewart disagrees, so feel free to disagree with me. I think that we would need till the end of the year because things might happen with his funding. So I would think that a submission at the beginning of next year, hopefully we could show you something positive has
So we will schedule this for more like first week of January or February. January or February.
Yeah, so I would say that give us time to the beginning of January for the submission. So you have like a late January, something like that, or whatever works. Or something else, but whatever works for your board. I'm just saying that I think we need to the beginning of the year to.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody wants the second week of January, so now it's going to be first come first.
Okay, understood. Whatever works for you. I just think that we need a little bit of time to show positive.
Okay, all right, will do. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. So
Okay, no
then-
one has called in and raised their hands.
Yeah,
So
nobody.
final case is zoning calendar 2024-07 BZ, 4529 Casina Boulevard, Queens.
This would be. Oh, who would it be?
I only see Brianna Uwa and Susan Wright. Mr. Lederer, you can leave. Thank you.
Oh, hold on. That's weird. Why is mine?
Oh, Adam Todman. He's here.
Okay. Come on, computer, don't act up.
So slow, right?
Do not rush, computer.
Sleep slow.
It's been so slow, right?
Yeah, really. Hi,
No,
Mr. Todman. Who's, good afternoon, Mr. Todman. Todman, who's with you on your team?
It's just me today.
Just you? Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Adam Taubman from Kramer Levin, Land Use Counsel to the applicant. We observed the review session this morning. We were pleased to hear that the board was satisfied with their most recent submission and more generally with the application. So we're not aware of any comments or questions to address. That being said, if there are any that the board would like to discuss now, I do have other members of the applicant team on standby.
So, thank you for submitting a very clear application, explaining the reasons, and I think this is a very reasonable outcome that balances the issues of safety and a good site plan. So let's go to the public.
So the case that we're currently discussing is 2024-07 BZ, 45-29 Casino Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 161-750-2600 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the telephone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to provide your testimony.
We've had Brianna Uwa and Susan Wright in the waiting room. If you'd like to speak on any of the cases today and we just lost one and haven't had an opportunity, you may submit your comments to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. And we also have a public hearing tomorrow, Thursday, November 7th, and your item may be called then and you can participate then.
Susan and Brianna, members of the applicant team.
Wonderful, thank you.
Well. So stricken for the record, sir, counsel. How's that sound? So stricken for the record, counsel. Object. Why are you asking that question? The judge looked at me like I had 4 heads. Okay. Time is up.
Thank you. And I want to make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
No submission.
This is posted. We can do December. I'm looking at this. There's only one here. Or it can be. Well, okay, I have a question, Mr. Tobin. But what's your timeline? What do you, we have closed it. We have a little bit of a backlog on our documents. So I just want to know, what do you need from us in order for you to proceed with your financing? I know you have a deadline.
So my client has been in discussions with HPD and HCR, among other agencies. We are very much hoping to get the board's approval by the end of the calendar year. So a decision in December, if possible, would be great. I understand that it takes time to prepare the resolution thereafter. I can consult with my client to see if there are any important deadlines for receiving that document. I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair. I see that you're speaking, but I don't hear you at all.
Do you need signed document plans also by December?
I guess a better way to put it is, should the board approve this application, approved plans can be made available to the applicant that day, while the applicant is waiting on preparation of the written resolution.
I imagine that would be enormously helpful.
Wonderful.
Okay. Great. Yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah.
Anything else? Anything else?
Thank you all. And have a
This-
good day.
This concludes the public hearing for November 6th, 2024. Thank you one and all.
The second batch of the hearing will be held tomorrow.
Thank you.